thing to do.
Does that work? Did you hear?
Yeah,
Yes,
we do.
Shit.
You have to click the button. Sorry, man.
Our opening statements went live. Travis saying shit. All right. Welcome, everybody, back to the second part of the Lone Wolf matchup cast. We are here to continue to dive through all the cool lists that people are bringing. It looks to be a super tough field for the first half of the list that we reviewed, and that does not look to change moving into day two, though there will probably be a few less ogres to go through, thank God. So moving right along, we have our first cast member making the scene. We've got Devlin Smith versus Michael Piercy. Oh, yes. And as a shout out, thank you, Travis, for coming in. Tom was not able to attend day two. So, Travis.
What happened to Tom's beautiful hair? It's gone. What happened?
Wait, I thought that was Tom the whole time.
It turns out
Tom
doesn't exist. The Spy Master is a myth. It's actually Travis in disguise.
Just that disguised.
Wouldn't he win more if it was just Travis in disguise?
Have you ever seen Tom and Travis standing next to each other? That's the question.
Let me think here. Jeremy, if you want to read off Michael's list, and Devlin, as it is your list, if you'd like to read it off for us.
And I gotta say, it's really nice to see Michael back, right? I think he had kind of taken a break a little bit and hadn't been playing as much Kings. So Michael Piercy is really awesome to see you back, bud. So he is playing Ratkin. So 2 hordes of shock troops, 1 gaining the halberds, so they get phalanx, and then 1 with brew strength. 3 troops of claw shots. A regiment of hackpaws with helm of the drunken ram and plague pots. Got a horde of the nightmares, regiment of tunnel runners with sharpness, a warlock with a hex, a war chief with the vicious aura, brood enforcer, a tangle, and then, like we've seen before, taking the smoke and mirrors formation. So it's that 2 shredders and a death engine with the redeploy option, with coming in at 15 drops with 22 unit strength.
Okay. And if I have to, I guess I'll read my list. So I'm bringing Empire Dust because that's the only thing that's been painted of mine for the past 15 years. So that is the only thing I bring to tournaments. I decided to take the Lone Wolf, but we're starting it off with 3 regiments of skeletal spears. One of them has the Orb of Towering Presence, so it clocks in at 4 unit strength. 2 regiments of Desert Swarms. 2 hordes of enslaved guardians, both with Windblast, 1 with Pipes of Terror. A horde of the enslaved guardian archers with Blessing of the Gods, because that's how they come. The gruesome twosome, Chiquita Bonana and Mr. Bone Jangles, the Bone Giants. A monolith, a Soul Snare. A Ammonite Pharaoh on the Royal Chariot. He's been upgraded to be Ross the Undying, and I took Veil of Shadows, 3. And then rounded out with Sedek Ray the Accursed for 23 unit strength and 14 drops.
Neat stuff.
I like that Orb of Towering Presence on a value unit strength 3 regiment, making it unit strength 4.
Best 115 points I've ever spent.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I like it a lot.
I know you've talked, at least on a couple forums about, or Facebook pages these days, same thing, about Roz and the Bone Giants. How's that been working out for you? I am curious.
So I think this will be, I think I had a 1 day and I took this to, what was the most recent? Circle of Iron. I've liked the combination. You can kind of leave the Bone Giants off to do their own thing, but you can also kind of run the 3 kind of 50 mil bases together. You've just got to kind of protect Ross, because if he pops something, he's a little bit the one who's kind of less able to maneuver around the result. But when you have Bone Giants with shambling, hitting on 3s now, especially if you can catch a flank somewhere, it does work. And that's kind of one of the cute tricks that I'm able to pull off with this list. But don't discount the fact that any of the spears still against low defense stuff, you're getting 15 attacks on 3s that almost makes them usable. So, and it seems like they never pop in one go against most things that aren't like Soul Reapers, just because Phalanx kind of deters a lot of your Cab and Flyers. And the Dash 15 is a solid unit strength, especially if you've got Inspiring sitting around. That's the one benefit is I think I have like 3 or 4. I have 3 very Inspirings and another Inspiring or 2. So I'm kind of able to cover the board pretty easily with my stuff. And then the Wind Blast can just be annoying both early and late just for positional reasons and just kind of prevent a couple of things from getting where it needs to. Fortunately, I play Rats pretty regularly because that's Dan's army of choice for right now. And he runs a very, very similar list. There's nothing other than the Hack Paws that I don't see regularly around my meta. And that's just kind of late cab. So I know that Mike's a good player. The last time he drew up round 1 a couple of years ago, I had an ill-fated surge that he did me in pretty raw. So as long as I think I keep mistakes, I could kind of jockey around, hoping that there's not too many. It's not a weird scenario where he can just bring too much unit strength to bear that I can't pop through.
Yeah, does Michael have enough force of shooting to actually kill anything reliably in one round of shooting?
I would say so. With 3 claw shot, can he bring it all to bear in one spot would be a better question. But with 3, I mean, 3 claw shots and 2 shredders and the Death Engine.
It'll be hide stuff in terrain and keep the rest if I can. Make sure I try to go first so I can get the Veil off is kind of the play there. Because I do have Veil 3 on Ross, so that's on a bigger body. So I can clump a lot of my force together. But I can't cover everything, so there will be targets that he'll have options of taking out.
Yeah, it's true.
And nightmares.
But I mean, most of the things that those claw shots are going to be able to shoot at are the Bone Giants. And I mean, he'll be taking cover shots on anything else he shoots at. So I mean, I just don't think there's enough shooting to threaten a 1-turn kill, at least at the long range. Once those nightmares get in range, then yeah, there's definitely the threat enough there. But yeah, Devlin, especially with the Veil of Shadows, like I don't know if the shooting is going to do enough on Mike's side. And then once you get into the grind, that's where the EOD lives. So, yeah, I mean, he has shock troops, but I don't know. I kind of like your odds on this one, Devlin. And I know Mike hasn't been playing too much recently either. So, Devlin's got more games under his belt recently, so I don't know. I like Devlin's odds. I think it's a decent matchup for him. I mean, there's always those hot dice that can happen with shooting, but as long as that doesn't happen, I think Devlin has a pretty good chance for this game 1.
I'm really interested to see what happens with the 3 skeleton regiments, because they seem kind of like a chaffy sort of throwaway, but I think they actually do a lot for your list, Devlin. Especially like the Orb and Towering Presence as a unit strength 4. That's really nice. And at least Mike does have some shooting, so Devlin can't just willy-nilly put them on an objective right and forget about them, because they can. That's enough shooting to turn on and I think kill one of those units. But I think scenario play, those give him some interesting options. And I think all his combat wants to be fighting your combat stuff too. So I know it's kind of wild, but as Mike, I think I almost, if I have a chance to kill those units, I sort of want to shoot them. Knowing that I'm going to be fighting the other stuff anyway, because late game, those could be a dash 15, even though they're defense 4. It's not something that you can just decide to deal with the bottom of turn 5 when you have 3, 6, 10 unit strength between those 2 units. That's our 3 units. That's a lot of unit strength. So I honestly think that that's going to be an interesting part of the game, is how Devlin uses those units and if Mike chooses to put any resources to take them out. But And just so I know, Roz is the guy who gives his 3+ to hit in combat to whoever he's fighting with, right?
Correct.
Skeleton keywords, so it'll work on the bone
Okay.
giants, it'll work on the spearmen. Doesn't
Got
work on
it.
the EGs, but they're already hitting on 4s.
Because I think I've
or
seen
3s.
that combo a lot with like the Horde of Spears, right? Because then you have 30 attacks hitting on 3s. But the Bone Giants, if you're trying to combo that in this list, you're trying to use it with the Bone Giants.
Yes, for the most part, yeah.
Makes
And
those
he's
bone
just a
giants
nice
very
cheerleader.
reliable.
Yeah, D6 plus 6 on 3s as opposed to
Strider.
D6 plus 6 on 4s. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like your list, Devlin. I've had the pleasure to play against it a bunch of times. So I'm curious, as you said, Adam brought up a good point. Mike was a top end player and very smart about the game. I'm wondering if he's gotten any games in. But I know he's from your neck of the woods, Matt. Has he been getting any games in? Do you know?
Did he not win Bayou recently? Was that not a thing?
Jason, I think, won that one, right?
He has won Bayou, but I think that was pre-pandemic. I thought I could be totally wrong.
Might have. I feel like he came out and then won that and then disappeared again. But
Went back into
he's
the
been
mist.
playing in locals for
Okay.
sure. So and
Well,
he's been doing well in locals because, like I think a lot of Kings players, the rust breaks off really fast after a couple games.
That is true.
I would say so. At least looking at this, my biggest concern is actually going to be like the shooting might get negated a bit, but like there's Fury from the Tangle, and even if it never casts Bane Chant, which would honestly be what I would focus on here, you're looking at shock troops that are going to be hitting with Crush 3 on their counterpunch. Theoretically, if they get Bane Chant tossed in there, and that'll eat units. Crush 2 on the other one. The Phalanx won't come into play, which is
And
nice.
they get the
You don't have to
Vicious
worry about
from that aura, right?
with
Correct.
Vicious on top of that. So
Yeah.
like it's going to be anything that touches, is going to wound.
Unless you get like a
basically.
sneaky flank surge or something in there, anything you send into the
Yeah.
front of that unit, it's going to get just evaporated.
Right, unless you just hit it with enough force to pop it in one go. But well, it is interesting to note he didn't take Plague Pots on either of those two units. So they won't have a one-turn ensnare to make sure that they can survive and do some counterpunch.
I know Mike loves his hack paws too. That's interesting to see a regiment of hack paws with extra TC in there.
Plague Pots. So, which I think is actually stealthy in this case. I don't think he's using them to try to absorb a countercharge. I think that's stealthy.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Travis?
Yeah, I agree. I think the hack pause is stealthy for that to get him where he needs them. So I think that's a cool play. I like that for the hack pause, anyways. But I think it's going to come down to you guys fighting it out towards the middle or the center, and whoever breaks where they can. I mean, if Devlin breaks something first, he can get the flanks and all that good stuff that EOD like, and then if the rat can hold though. Yeah, we say EOD's got a good grind, but with the shock troops and, what Matt was saying with the ability to get them to Crush 2, Crush 3 pretty reliably, I mean, that's pretty scary for EOD with that many attacks coming back at you. So I think it's going to be good. Michael's been playing, like Matt's been saying, I think it's going to be a good game.
Yeah.
I think we're also failing to mention the power of Devlin's shooting too. And anything Devlin does is going to stick, whereas anything the rat can do can easily be removed between a Civic Ray and a Soul Snare. It's if it's not dead, it's full health in my opinion. So
yeah, I think who gets first turn in this one is going to be really important, like Devlin said. Him getting to do some shooting first, get his stuff into position, especially with the speed issues that EOD has sometimes, right? Being able to wind blast stuff off objectives, start putting that damage out. So I think turn and then scenario or terrain should be interesting in this one. But Devlin definitely has the tools to deal with it. I just think if you have a turn where you just flub your dice, Devlin, I think that's gonna I don't know if in these matchups you can recover from a lot of bad dice in a row just because his stuff is going to counterpunch you so hard.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if there's any time where I commit heavily to something and bounce, that's kind of game over.
That's going to be rough, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but those shock troops can only kill one unit. Most of the time, you're going to have more than that if you're committing to them.
That's
You'll
what I'm
have
saying.
a giant. You'll have Raz. You might have a horde of guardians. Like, you're not just throwing one thing at a time at them.
So what are we thinking overall?
I'm going to vote for Devlin because I have faith in him.
You're the first one.
Jeremy, what do you think?
Only because I would love to play Devlin in the second round after I also lose. I'm gonna vote for Mike just because I think the shooting is just enough. But again, I think it's strangely enough, but I think it's going to come down to I can't wait to hear after your game one those spearmen regiments. And I'm stealing your Orb of Towering Presence on a cheap regiment like that. That is a really interesting idea. But I'm going to go with Mike on this one.
Cool. Travis?
I like rats always, so I have, and I hate EOD. I wonder why, Adam. So I got to go with Michael, even though it's going to be a good game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Devlin, I hate to make you vote for or against yourself here, so you are welcome to pass on
Can I
this
plead
one.
the fifth, and that way I win both ways?
Yeah, there you go. I think that's acceptable. We're
Vote
gonna have
for
a
the
couple of
draw.
those tonight, one way or another. But I'll say that for my part, I think it's going to be extremely close. I actually do think I give Devlin the edge just on list for anything. But Mike is definitely extremely good when it comes to like his maneuverings. So I think it'll be closer than it looks on paper. That's for sure. But I do think Devlin has the edge on list. So yeah, cool beans. Let me get our next round up, which is going to be Joseph versus Trent.
I think there's more than one Joseph and Trent. Can you tell us their last names?
You're an asshole. Joseph Y and Trent S. And I'm going to drink in the assumption that I mispronounce their names, even if I don't actively do it. Because I absolutely will.
Hey, it's a 2-for-1 at least. So.
Right. We've got another Empire of Dust Army. I think we have all 4 of the Empire of Dust armies are on this half of the cast as well. So there is that.
I'll take the EOD then.
Sure. We'll give you EOD. Travis, you want to do the undead?
yes, sir.
All right.
Adam, would you like to do your fill first?
Yeah. So Joseph has a horde of skeleton spearmen with Aegis the Elohai, a regiment of Revcav with Brew of Haste, 2 reanimated behemoths, the Monolith, Eminent Pharaoh on Royal Chariot with Brew of Sharpness and Surge 8, Idol of Shobik. He has Sevic Ray, and then he took the formation Revenant Chariots, which he also took the bow upgrade for all 3 of them as well. And the Rev Champion has Blade of Slashing and Surge 5. So that's 12 units with 20 unit strength.
Do we know why it's down 20 points?
I do not know.
Okay.
Does he have the ability to throw an item onto literally anything else? The answer is no. This may be a case of what he has.
Okay, and just had nothing to spend those 20 points on.
He literally can't spend them if you wanted to, unless he did. He could finagle to switch this chariot to Raz.
Yeah, you could make it Raz.
Also buy spells because he's a spellcaster too on that chariot.
Yeah, he could do some stuff there. I would upgrade this to Raz over the sharpness. That's my personal opinion. But but going over to the undead list.
All right, Trent's got undead, 2 hordes of zombies, 2 troops of ghouls, 2 hordes of werewolves, 1 with Jesse's boots, 2 hordes of whites, 2 gorblights, a Lycanus, a Lich King, and Morgoth. 13 units and 23 unit strength.
This is item light.
Yeah.
There is just the Jesse's boots.
Yeah.
I
Nice
like
and easy.
Very, very compact and different. It doesn't have your straight up it's not quite cookie cutter undead. It has werewolves instead of soul reavers this time, but does still have your go-to whites.
Playing double werewolf, it's just without brew of strength and some sort of offensive item, unless you're really working those nimbles and getting those flanks, they just always do way less. You think it's a hammer and they do 4 damage, Yeah. It's a tough unit to use well, I think, because you pay the 3rd edition tax for the speed, so they're so expensive for their offensive output. So, I mean, if you're great at using them, they're a fantastic unit, but I'm always so hesitant to run werewolves.
Yeah, and the only thing those werewolves actually want to hit is the chariot regiments. Everything else, it's kind of like, ew.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's got this Lich King in here for pretty much the sole purpose of inspiring and surge, but he doesn't really have a whole lot to surge with it.
Well, I think
he's
just
got
the
the
threat attack
whites,
will surge your whites.
I mean, yeah. I would want to have at least 2 surge casters in any list that's going to have things like whites in it for sure. But if you're just buying a Lich King for surge, I like Necromancer, Horse, Inspiring Talisman, surge.
And Vicious. I mean, you've got 2 hordes of zombies and 2
and Vicious for your zombies, Gorblights. You could also take
that probably would have clocked in about the same cost with all things considered. And you get a free Bane chant for it.
Yeah, and with undead, since you're already going 2 hordes of zombies and a Gorblight, you might as well have just bumped it up to the formation to get the couple legions, and then you get the phalanx and the Iron Resolve and the route. Like it's a disgustingly good formation for scenario play.
Very tanky, very hard to remove those legions. They're already super tough, and then you just add Iron Resolve and phalanx on top of that.
And rally to bump them up to the -29. It's pretty damn good.
Morgoth has Dread, so I wonder if he's taking.
I think he could take either one. I think he would probably take the wolf. The shooting doesn't seem like there's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do like the Lycanus in the list here too.
Yeah. Can go out with the wolves to keep them inspired. The whites to.
So one thing he has going is that you said the chariots are probably the Lycan's best target or werewolf's best target. The skeleton spearman horde just will melt to Lycan hordes because phalanx doesn't affect them. So just charge right on in. Just start grinding. Like, Aegis the low highs on the spearman unit. I mean, assuming that
I do like Aegis
counter and whatnot, but
yeah, he's just got to make sure he doesn't let them charge those spears with something else. Either both together, or he's going to have to use some board placement. I mean, I do like the fact that he does have 2 reanimated behemoths and Shobik. I mean, that's a substantial defense 6 nerve. And outside of the whites, I mean, those are his can openers, right? So, he loses a white horde or whatever. He doesn't have a lot of great tools to deal with those 3 pieces, I don't think.
And here's the thing: the behemoths want to see the whites because the Slayer D6 is going to cut some things up on 3s.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So this is an odd EOD list because it's running like it doesn't have a lot of meat to it, I guess is what I would say. Like it has monsters, like it has the 2 rehabited behemoths, it has Shobek, and I would consider a Pharaoh and Chariot to be monster-like in how it functions.
Yeah.
But like for the meat of the list, you're looking at 2 regiments of chariots, a legion of chariots, a horde of spearmen, and a regiment of rev cav, and that's really it. Like that's your board space.
And there's no chaff.
Right.
A
That is
single
the chaff.
desert swarm, not a single scavenger.
Right.
Yeah, so
they're both
I mean,
off meta lists, really, which is interesting that they're playing each other, right? Is that they're both sort of kind of their own snowflake. So it's interesting.
I am very curious how the behemoths will perform, but my biggest concern for this EOD list, just looking at it up front, especially because it doesn't have Raws in it, which I honestly think that would be just a really easy swap there to give it a little bit better performance, because at least that combos with all of his combat units. Like Skeleton, Spearman, Revenant, Cav, all those chariots, that would all get a benefit out of Raws. So at least he gets a little bit more efficiency there. But like I just don't think he has the volume of attacks. Like he's gonna run into nerve walls. If not this game, then the entire tournament, I think, is going to be the real concern for him, because he doesn't have things that can deal with hordes, basically, in my mind. There's nothing with the volume of attacks to do it.
Yeah, and he didn't take the Soul Snare, which is pretty sad. Like
He did take the monolith, though, at least.
Even Matt takes the Soul Snare in his reject of an EOD list, so it's just that good. So but he did take the other 3 living legends that you should take, so props there. I am not a fan of reanimated behemoths. They are just on the absolute wrong base size to do what you want to do with a surging or a shambling monster.
Yeah.
I'm just a fan. I would much rather see those as bone giants, but hopefully Joseph has a plan here and knows something I don't about this list, because I'm kind of with Matt. It looks a little bit looks a little sparse for what I'd like to see in the EOD army.
Travis, search yourself. What you got?
I think the Undead has the extra speed needed to keep the EOD at bay and pick the charges. I mean, with the speed 9, he's got speed 7, 6 is the slowest. You know, the zombie hordes are just going to hold down whatever they feel like. And like Matt, you're saying the volume of attacks isn't there for the EOD to bust through the Undead list. I mean, with the fact that the Undead can keep the chariots at bay, and the only thing that's matching speed 9 is the Rev Cav unit. But
I will say that several people had said that about my EOD army as well, that there's just not enough attacks, there's not enough punch. And it's EOD, it's all about, you got to make that hole, and then you got to get the flanks, and that's where you actually get the true power.
Right.
I think
Bone Giant to do that,
right,
not reanimated behemoths.
Yes. I don't think that this list has the tool, one, to make the hole, because there's no shooting outside of a couple lousy bow shots from chariots that don't count. And 2, the behemoths just don't, they get caught up so easily because of their base that Shobek's going to have to pull the weight when it comes to a surge flank, which he can. But if that opportunity doesn't come up, I just don't see you cracking this Undead list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the reanimated behemoths, while I'm not the biggest fan of them, I haven't really used them much in under the Bucock rules. I think they're probably going to feast this game, and I think we're going to look around. It's going to be 2 reanimated behemoths, maybe 1, and an idle left looking around and be like, where's the rest of my army at the end of the game? Well, there's still like 3 or 4 pieces that can pick up things. The one thing that I think we haven't touched on yet is, sure, there's some tough defense between the reanimated behemoths and the chariots with the regen and Shobek. But there's also 2 cloaks of death in those gore bites, and they can slap a little bit too. So there'll be some wounds that'll be more than what he can pick off with the Iron Resolve and the heal that he does have in his list. So Yeah, I'm also leaning undead in this case. I'd like to see some chaff. I think Ross as a call out's a lot better, and maybe move that sharpness over to the Rev Cab. So, spoiler alert, the sharpness hits after Ross's bonus, so you could hit them on 2s if you did it that way, or even put it on the speeders for that. But yeah, there's a couple things lacking. I think the better tools are on the side of the undead for this one.
Yeah, they're both unconventional, but the EOD is maybe slightly more unconventional, and it's hard to vote for a list that's like hasn't used all its points. Got to find a way to use those last little bit of points.
Yeah. I would be really curious if anyone knows either of these players and can reach out and find out if this is a case of just, I have these models, I want to come to a GT, so I'm just slapping them on a table so I can go and have some fun. Because, like, if that's the case, then, like, you know, like all these matches, like, take it with a grain of salt, right? Like, you know, this is just to have a little bit of fun, poke some fun at people. But, like, that may actually just be the legit case here.
Yeah, we don't know their situations. We're just assuming because we're assholes.
But thank you. Yes, I am.
Yeah, I mean, this is matchup casts are something fun to do, right? To build the hype, but it's not like we're like official prognosticators, you know. I mean, we're just kind of telling you what comes to mind.
Right. And
we're
just
assholes who
because
play kings a lot.
Yeah. And just because we think this way before the tournament, like afterwards, we're going to look back and be like, oh, I changed my mind on everything I just said about this type of army. This is amazing. That's great. Oh, this thing that I thought was good really actually sucks. So, you know, we're just here to make bold predictions and then be proven wrong later.
Yeah. Garrett Mercier confirms that Trent's list is a "this is what I have painted" list.
Yeah, and they both sort of
that's the undead list,
right?
though.
Yeah, undead list. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, as long as he can get some value out of the werewolves. I mean, again, I don't like the heart there, but they're just so expensive. But he's playing against a list that has a great target, like Adam said. So he's got a target for them. And the Lycanus has got so much better with the change to Inspiring. I mean, granted, running it with the werewolves makes sense, but now he can run it with the whites. He can, you know, the Lycanus, I think, is especially with the increase in shooting. The Lycanus is like an even better tool now. Can shut down stuff, run up, chaff when you need it. I really like that piece. So he does have like a really nice, strong speed flank in this list. If you wanted to run double werewolves, whites, and a Lycanus, you know, up aside, there's so much speed there. It's almost like you don't need chaff, right? Because your speed is your chaff.
And the wolf, assuming he's taking the wolf.
That's like going to be a real hard flank to deal with that much speed. And if it works for you scenario-wise, where you don't have to move, you just move your Empire Dust and you sit there and you're like, come at me, bro. But if it's a movement scenario, he's got just way, way more speed.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go... I'm going to go undead.
Perfect. So Jeremy will start us off there.
I will say Trent as well.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty common down this list. But Travis?
Yeah, I like the undead.
Same. Undead for me.
Yeah. Always, prove us wrong, Joseph. So show us what you got. But moving right along, we've got William versus Rob Faneuf.
Ogres.
Oh, snap.
We do still have one ogre list, at least. At least one more to cast.
Let me pull up my truck of shit talking. Hold on while Rob's list is going to get on here.
Beep, beep,
beep. Do you want to read his list for us, Jeremy?
Sure.
Why don't you read his list? Yeah.
Okay.
Good, because I can't stand it, so I'm glad somebody can.
Williams.
So not right.
I'm tired of being the community guy list. So Mr. Faneuf is, and, you know, beautiful army. Rob's a great painter. He's bringing 2 troops, playing ogres, right? Because he wants to be unique. Playing 2 goblin scout troops. His uniqueness continues with his 5 hordes of siege breakers. He's got his mammoth because no one wants to take that. Upgraded to the big deal. Got an ogre warlock with drain life 5 and hex. Got a sergeant with the crossbow, 2 berserker bullies, and Namagarok. So 13 units with 23 unit strength.
I'm going to call out Tom Ass in the chat for saying that I'm calling all the undead list cookie cutters for taking 2 whites and 2 soul reavers. But man, I'm going to talk shit about all of the ogre players for a second by saying almost every single one of them has taken minimum 2 Siegebreaker hordes, the big deal, and Namagarok. I don't think there's a single ogre list without Namagarok.
Nick Michelonis did not take any siege breakers.
And you know what? He gets my undying faith that he will just crush all the other ogre players by some miracle, because that's taken a real risk.
He's like, I'll just take all the regiments. There are no more regiments left in Ogreland. So they're all in Nick's army.
They're all in Nick's army. Will here has taken Abyssal Dwarves. He's taking 3 troops of gargoyles. He's taken a horde of decimators with fire oil. He's taken 2 lesser obsidian golem hordes, a grog mortar, not a heavy mortar, but then a second actual heavy mortar, 2 dragonfire teams, Dravik Dalkin and Infernok, and then the damned Jaegar formation, which is 2 immortal guards with extra crush and less defense is the formation, and they get pipes of terror and a throwing mastiff. And then the Infernox has the scrying gem and has elite melee infantry, I believe, is from the formation. Coming in at 15 units and 21 unit strength.
I would have loved to see.
This is dumb.
Oh yeah, it is.
You think?
I don't know if that's the exact list he won Shiloh with, but it's damn close to it.
I think it is. There might be a couple of switches with magic items or something, but I'm pretty sure it's
mostly the same flavor. Yeah,
I mean, it's just a super strong list, right? It's the Berserker Bully is amazing, Namagarok is amazing, Siege Breakers are amazing, Goblin Scouts are good. All the pieces are good, it's well painted. Rob's been having a bunch of success with it. Of just really trying to take a more competitive list to events this year. And I think it's been showing in his results. He's had really good results. He, won a GT. He's been placing high in above other events. It's just 5 Siegebreaker hordes backed up by Namagarok and Drain Life. It's like, that's just so tough to get through.
Well, I will say that he had a couple of close games at the very least at Shiloh. I know his last game he played against Billy Henninger, playing the kind of Alpha Strike Varanger list that he's known for. And Billy came in, and I think he hit up a flank and just didn't roll well enough and wasn't able to break a siege breaker when he probably should have been able to. And things just spiral out of control from there. So, you got to have some good luck with it too. So I don't think Rob's list is, just over the top disgusting, it can't get beaten type of list. I think it's very strong, but it's going to have its matchups too. I don't necessarily think this is one of them, but I think that this is still going to be a very good competitive game. I don't think Rob's won it just from list on list. So
I was going to say, I'm looking at the Abyssal Doors and what they have to deal with this 5 Siegebreaker hordes realistically. And Obsidian Golems are not by any stretch of the mean. It's about as close of a face-on matchup as Siegebreakers get. You're looking at defense 6 on defense 6. But these ones at least have Vicious. I don't know if he's got Bane Chant backing up. No, Inferno. Dravik does not have it. And does Nom? Nom does. Well, that sucks.
And once Nom, Bane
Chant are hitting on 3s and not 4s. So yeah, Adam's correctly right. To win a tournament and do well in a tournament, one, you gotta have to have a good list, right? You need to get good matchups. You need to have those matchups be in specific scenarios, and you need the dice to do what you need the dice to do. So it's very difficult to win a tournament or do well with just taking a list and just being whatever. You have to have all those components. working together, especially in a field like Lone Wolf. But I think Rob does. I mean, this list does have it has what you would want in an ogre list, right? It's some of their key, taking their strengths and riding those strengths. Because what heal does Namagarok have again? So I'm trying to think of if he gets some early damage with those mortars. So it's heal 4, but it's going to get buffed, right?
It's going to get buffed.
Yeah, heal 6 to 7 average.
6 to 7, right? So I mean, if he gets lucky and maybe everything hits and he can try to kill a Siegebreaker horde, but they're with the drain life and heal, I mean, he's going to have to roll pretty well.
Yeah, he needs to have the mortars and Dragonfire team and decimators in range to have like reliability in killing something with shooting. Yeah. That's defense 6 anyway. Like he can. I mean, I don't think the Siegebreakers are actually the target for his shooting, at least early game. I think he should be picking off the Goblin Scouts, the Berserker Bullies, like take away some of those tools and then just isolate the 5 Siegebreakers and say, well, I hopefully will waver 1 or 2 of these, maybe kill another one with a combination of combat and shooting. But there's so many pieces that you have to take away before you can get to that line of 5 Siegebreakers and say, I think I can do it. And
is Rob just better? I mean, if he gives them the bullies to be seen early to be shot at, that's a big error on his part, because you're right. That's exactly what you want to try to take out, is take out the lower nerve unit strength 1 characters that always win ogres the game at the end of the game when they're running around sitting on
just chaff.
On stuff.
Now, I think that I think William here actually has a really good advantage when it comes to deployment. He has the scrying gem. He has more units to drop. Rob's pretty elite with 13 units. So I think that he can line up the matchups when it comes to like his mortars and what he wants to shoot at and see, as well as where those decimators line across the board.
Yeah,
I think he can get some favorable matchups when it comes to that. He just needs to have that shooting go his way early on, so that way he can focus in on the rest of the list that he needs to kill probably 2 or 3 of those Siegebreaker hordes by the end of the game, which is a tall order.
Yeah. And I imagine Rob is already in his head, kind of knows how this strikes me as one of those lists that I deploy the list this way all the time, plus or minus 1 or 2 things. Rob's list makes sense to me as being something you can kind of pre-deploy a little bit, but the key in needing to make sure maybe he can get some sneaky shots on some of those characters based by having that deployment advantage. Yeah. So that's a good point. That should be interesting. It's just ogre heroes, and they just have so much sneaky unit strength at the end of the game that at least he does have some Dragonfire teams. So maybe towards the end of the game, the Berserker Bullies have to come out, right? They can't hide anymore. At least he has some stuff that he can turn on them. So definitely not a runaway, but I think it's going to be a tough game. I think it probably is in Rob's favor a little bit, list on list.
Yeah,
I would definitely agree. And Rob's been playing this frequently. I don't know Bill here. Does anybody know Bill, or has he?
I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with him.
So, I mean, I know Rob's a solid player playing this list. So I'll start off. I think Rob does have the advantage, but I think Bill has some of the tools necessary to give Rob a really tough game. And I wouldn't be surprised if Bill is able to pull out a win.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if I went up to Rob after this game and he had that "oh my gosh, I lost" face. I wouldn't be. It wouldn't be like Jake Cherapika, Aaron Chapman. What happened? No, but no, I'm just kidding. I love you, Jake. But it would. I mean, like you said, the tools are there, right?
Yeah, my issue I think comes down to where the unit strength is located. If you look at the Düsseldorf list, there are 5 non-scoring units and then 3 more that are gargoyles, which you will have to use to screen things. So you have 7 scoring drops at that point, whereas Rob still has 13. before you start taking things off. Now, Rob will lose things, but I'm also, at the end of the day, you can leave some of those pieces out there. So it really, once you start to take one or two of the big units, obviously he's probably going to try to get a combo charge. If he gets 2 plus a big deal of siege breakers into a golem, they're going to pop. And it's just such a crushing blow when you can't trade that efficiently. So I hate to give the vote of confidence to Rob, but I think I have to.
So I'm getting some insider information here. Apparently Bill is part of the Oklahoma City crew, and apparently he's their punching bag. So he loses to Lance and Andrew and Mark pretty frequently, it sounds like. Sorry, just relaying a message. Love you, Bill. Haven't met you, but that's what Andrew said.
Well, with that being the case, then this is going to be a good game for him to go up against Rob. I mean, he's going to learn a lot. I mean, Rob's going to talk his ear off. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a fun game then.
Oh, and I know that's what I was thinking too today.
Hi, hon.
And he'll get to go on the show. Rob will bring him on the show, and it's like a good when you're newer in the community, like Travis said. Devlin will walk by and just shake his head, and
everyone pause for a moment, admire the
all right,
child.
just a cute little baby.
Thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate that.
So you're calling Rob Faneuf a baby, Jeremy?
That's thing 3 right there.
I just love, we've just talked so much, and I love Rob. He's, my co-host, and we've talked so much about, I want to bring the models I want to bring, and I'm going to do my own thing. And then finally, it's just like, I imagine it's like, it's like all it takes is one bad day, right? Like Rob,
this is Rob's bad day. That's the name of this list.
That one bad day, and then he finally just lost it, and he's just like siege breakers, like he's in his basement, like working out, like siege breakers, and he's just like, screw you.
We don't have basements in Memphis. It's his garage.
Yeah, he's in his exactly. Where it's just like he just lost it, and this is like no more Mr. Nice Guy. So
I'm gonna keep us moving along here, but I'm gonna say that it sounds like there's a pretty unanimous call that Rob has this one in the bag.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, enjoy the first game as much as you can with 5 Siegebreaker hordes, but
Rob will make sure they have a good game. I'm pretty confident
yeah.
they'll have a blast.
He's a great guy to play. That's
totally.
For sure. So no matter how filthy the list is.
I'll take any one of the next 2 lists.
Ooh.
I'll take the other one, which means I think I'm getting Michael, right?
Sure, if you want him.
No, but I figured you didn't either, so.
I'm good with either one. Michael's like that, baby that we've, grown up. He's got his own wings. He's flying out of the nest now. So I think, he might do well enough.
Well.
Well.
All right, so I can go ahead and read Michael's. He's running Forces of the Abyss. This looks a lot similar to what he ran at Shiloh, so he's got some reps with it. So he starts off with 2 regiments of Succubi, upgrading them to the Lurkers, so they get Pathfinder as you do. 3 regiments of Abyssal Ghouls, which for some reason are defense 4 and 1416 for 90 points. Don't know why. 2 troops of Gargoyles. 2 hordes of Molochs with the Despoiler upgrade, because you're dumb if you don't take that. 1 is Liliana's Tier. We're seeing that a lot, probably because of the Lone Wolf and Dread. And then 1 with the Pushing the Caterpillar upgrade. 2 Cronius, an Abyssal Warlock with Scorched Earth and Firebolt. A Well of Souls in Zazuzu, the Betrayer. Clocks in at 14 total units and 25 unit strength.
Yeah, I love that list.
It's a good list. And Tyler is playing Order of the Green Lady. He has a horde of Order of Brother Mark, Brew Strength, Vial of Sacred Water, and Pathfinder, clocking in at a 405 units. I bet you won't see another one like it. A regiment of Redemption Knights with the Boots of Striding, a horde of Forsaken with Caterpillar and Sacred Water, 2 regiments of Critters, 2 Beasts of Nature, properly done with wings and 7 attacks each. And the Lurkers formation with 2 hordes of water elementals, a greater water elemental with the Radiance of Life upgrade, Devoted with Bane Chant and Surge. And the Devoted gets the Aura Thunderous Charge 1 for Waterbound. So 11 units, 21 unit strength.
Very compact.
Yes, that is a punch, though.
Very fast, too.
Yeah, he's got, the Redemption Knights Inspire, and then the Devoted Inspire. So 2 Inspiring, but with 11 units, that's just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to come down to what we've said on some of the other Abyssal lists. Tyler should, with the Brotherhood, with the Horde of Knights, pop things. But if the Redemption or the Forsaken stick on something and don't get Beast of Nature support to go with and don't one-shot things, he's going to get Weld, he's going to get Cronius. It's just going to suck all those wins back up. And at least the Green Lady list is better at the grind now than it used to be, especially with the Water Elementals and now having crushing on most of the elite kind of knights. But if he gets bogged down at any point and doesn't just get a clean pop, things are going to start to go bad for Tyler, especially being as elite of a list.
And that Horde of Knights has got to be the most ultimate Scorched Earth target that there is, right? That is like if you could dream up the unit that you would catch Scorched Earth on, it would be
honestly
the Night Horde.
Do you cast Scorched Earth on it? Because if they're hitting on 4s and they're only Crush 1, Thunder 1, that's still enough with 32 attacks to probably kill most things in the list. Would you rather Scorched Earth the Order of Forsaken and make them hit on 4s and wound only Crush 1? Same with the Redemption Knights. Like, I mean, the numbers, he could flub it, but I think 32 attacks on 4s and at -2 still is enough to kill most everything in the Abyssal Army. Yeah.
But let alone the Abyssal Army. In Kings, that unit just deletes things.
I mean, there's also a Bane Chant if he really wants to from the Devoted too. So,
yeah, for good measure.
Yeah, that's a great point. There's no hordes of infantry on the Abyssal side. So, yeah, you're right. Even if it's like one hand behind its back, that Horde of Knights can still 1v1 pretty much anything, even on its like one peg leg.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he could have saved 20 points and not given them the Pathfinder upgrade, and I think they still murder. So,
a lot of this is going to come down to how he controls this unit and how Michael deals with it, basically. Because, I mean, even trying to kill it, like, you've got the Vial of Sacred Water, you've got some heal coming in from the Devoted if you need to. Like, it's not even, like, necessarily... Like, also, it's a defense 5, 22-24 unit. Like, it's just a brick.
Tom Anus. Tyler Schultz, never heard of her. I think, obviously, that's the big thing to deal with, but Michael has a shit ton of chaff.
Yeah, he's got 5.
Like, throw away the ghouls, throw away the gargoyles, throw away the succubi. Hell, like, okay, so you Scorched Earth it if they're going into the succubi. I think the succubi have a chance, slim chance, but a chance to survive. I think that if Michael ideally plays this game the way that he wants to, that Order of the Brotherhood's going to mop up 5 units in the game, and it's going to be 5 pieces of chaff worth less than 405 points, which is the Horde.
Yeah, and then once he deals with that Horde, then all his wound mitigation comes into effect, right? Because then it's harder for him to kill stuff. And double Cronius, Wells of Souls, plus sucking damage off for that caster to use extra dice, and then returning it through all the wound manipulation that this list has. It can be very difficult to play against.
My concern is that he doesn't have to commit the Horde of Knights even realistically, because he can just realistically the only thing Michael has like the Croneuses will do damage, but again, they're kind of like monsters, right? The point of them is to like they're big chaff pieces that are hard to get multi charges into, so they soak charges, but damage wise, they're kind of usually slow on the damage. Croneuses are better than most monsters because they hit on 3s and have Strider built in, so they're just better bone giants. But like still generally low number of attacks. They get limited by just how much volume they can put out. Whereas you've got these water elementals too. You've got these beasts of nature that are going to come in on flanks. You've got the Order of the Forsaken are not shabby at all. The Redemption Knights are not shabby at all. All this stuff can just outfight the chaff that Michael has up front, and then sure he trades evenly with the Molochs probably up front, but then the Horde of Knights sweeps in and just cleans up the Molochs before they can kill it. And I don't think once all the chaff has been peeled away off of the Molochs, basically, I don't think that this list has enough left in it to survive. And I don't think most of it can grind. I mean, I don't think most of this chaff outgrinds the water elementals, basically, is what it'll come down to, even with the Well of Souls behind it.
I don't know. You get into that middle and fighting against those Molochs with regen and Well of Souls and double crown. I mean, that is just so tough to move.
It's a lot.
But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I played Tyler, and he's used this list almost exactly. And I think the Night Horde is a big piece of real estate. So if he can maneuver it really well and, you know, get it someplace, it's going to be good. But like you guys said, he's got so much chaff to kind of just feed it. I don't know. I just love this list. This Abyssal list, I think, Abyssals I still think are the best not played army, you know, the most underrated army. And we saw a little bit, this is kind of similar to Jeff's list in some sense, but this is the more like on meta version of it. If I was just taking it, you know, taking something a little bit more, I guess, not as snowflake, but I think this list is really good.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, Tyler's a really good player. You overcommit into the Molochs, and then you just remove them in one go and just deal with the consequences. So if you lose, you know, once the Molochs are gone, as Matt kind of said, there's not enough pieces, I think, to fight back into the rest of the list.
Yeah, and Garrett brings up a good point, is that him and Tyler will be playing this matchup tonight in T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes on Universal Battle 2. So they'll have 5 games in.
They'll be playing it in person.
Okay,
I'm sure they're at each other's house right now with the matchup cast on. They're like, "Oh, we see your list. I guess we're playing this practice game."
Yep.
And spoiler, Garrett, you're on the last table tonight, so you'll play that practice game after you're done. So.
And they will too. We joking, but they'll be
100%.
There'll be like 3 or 4 games played between the two of them tonight.
Exactly.
And when he says within the hour, they'll be done in an hour. Like they speed play, so they can play it 5 more times after that.
Travis, any thoughts?
I mean, what everybody said. They're gonna tie. They're just gonna kill each other. There's not enough units on either side, and they're just gonna die. I love both of them. They're from our region.
Yeah, who's your
favorite? They had to go to Texas to play each other when they'll play each other in like less than a month after this.
But who's your favorite?
I always go against Michael. Tyler's winning.
Oh, okay.
That's how it's going. Michael sucks. Just straight up.
But he's 3rd place in our region for a reason.
No, Tyler's taking it.
Volume stats.
Yeah.
Put 50 numbers on the Lakers.
Well, let's we'll go ahead and start that as a vote there. So, what do you think of Jeremy?
I love Tyler. He is a great player, but I think people underestimate the wound manipulation on that Abyss list. I think it's really, really good. So I'm going to go with Michael, but again, wouldn't be surprised. Tyler is a top caliber player.
Gotcha. Devlin?
I've got Tyler in this one. I think Tyler has the edge mentally where he can stay focused, where sometimes Michael goes, ooh, squirrel, and gets hyper-focused on one thing and then just completely misses some like obvious flank from a beast of nature. So
I'm not there, though, so he might actually stay engaged this time around.
He didn't at Shiloh, so like you can just walk up and just start having a conversation, he'd just lose it.
I know both of these guys fairly well, and I like both of them fairly well. This is what I say before I disappoint both of them. I'd probably give it to Michael on list by a slim, because I think Michael's list is going to do better in other rounds, but I think Tyler probably wins this game. I think this is like, if we were ranking like what games would I like to stream, this is another one of those that's like close to the top of my list of like, oh, this would be super close and fun.
I was thinking that same thing. This would be a great game to watch. Yeah.
Adam, close us off with your vote.
So who did you actually vote for?
Tyler. Tyler wins this game.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go with Michael because I like his list better. And then when he disappoints me, I can just make fun of him all weekend. So there's that too.
You should be used to Michael disappointing you. So
hey, actually, he's been winning frequently with the Bissels. So I mean, he's got something going. I haven't watched any of the games, but he's winning. So just keep doing what you've been doing.
Soft hands.
Yeah.
We've got another cast member play this time. We've got Jeremy Duvall versus Dan Pacheco. There we go. I was going to say. Let me pull this up. Dan's an Austin guy. Jeremy, if you want to read off your list, I'll read off Dan's list.
Okay, so I'm taking the Base Aliens trademark. The Twilightkin are being painted but are not ready yet. So I have 2 troops of Paladin Foot Guard with Aegis Fragments. I have 2 troops of Gur Panthers. I have 2 regiments of Knights with Aegis Fragments. One has Strength, one has Sharpness. 2 hordes of Ogre Palace Guard, one with Dwarven El, one with Chalice of Wrath. 2 regiments of Alohi going down to Defense 4 and picking up the Crushing. One has Blade of Slashing, one has Mace of Crushing. I have a Priest with the Shroud of the Saint. I have Nias, and then I have Julius. So 22 unit strength, 13 drops.
Speed. On the other side, we have Dan. He's playing Kingdoms of Men. He's running a Spear Phalanx with Healing Brew and Pikes, like you do. He's got a horde of Foot Guards with the Hammer of Measured Force, 2 Militia Mobs, a horde of Fanatics with Blood of the Old King, crossbow block. It is a horde. There's a lot of hordes here. Horde of Knights with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. He's got some Beast Cav. They are just Beast Cav, so just crush 1 flat. 2 Siege Artillery, a Ballista, an Army Standard Bearer with the Loot of Insatiable Darkness, 3 heroes all mounted, and the Captain also mounted, coming in at 16 units and 26 unit strength.
Never seen Beast Cav naked before.
Yeah, that one's a little intriguing. These heroes are reminiscent of back when like these were chaff pieces basically. So like this is all under the assumption that they're going to run for it and punch something and wound it to pretend to be 65-point chaff.
Yeah, I don't mind those guys. I personally would prefer the hero on Pegasus for slightly more, but it's a unit strength then. Yeah, I don't know. Does anybody know Dan? Have any experience with playing against him?
I've played him a few. I mean, he's Austin local.
Okay.
He's a good player. He doesn't get to make it out to GTs too often, from what I've seen. He's been playing this specific list for a very long time, like going back to when 3 heroes on horses was like the standard norm for Kingdoms of Men. I don't know how much experience he's had in 3rd edition specifically, because he took a little bit of a break. I do think this is a better matchup for him than some of the more shooting focused lists or Siegebreaker lists, which I think he's going to struggle with over the course of the tournament. But I think, and this is not any sort of bias toward like club or anything like that, but I think Jeremy's list is just way, way faster. Just going to dictate the fights here. I don't think those captains are going to be enough chaff to really slow down just this list.
Yeah, those heroes will be annoying for Jeremy, but there's only 3 of them. Like, Jeremy just picks a unit and double charges it, and as long as it's not the Spear Phalanx, it's probably dead.
You took the wolf, Jeremy, right?
Yes, I will. I do have the wolf. That's correct.
Gotcha. And I would bet money that Dan took the Ranger. At least that's what I would take with the amount of shooting he has.
Yeah, I almost would have wanted to have Dan's list have a scrying gem to double down with the captain on some redeploy, because I feel like that would really help give him advantage in a lot of, since he could dictate fights a little bit easier, especially when he's down on speed. But the captain does. Is it D3? Is that the number of units he repicks? Yeah. So then he'll outdrop Jeremy by a couple. So hopefully he can kind of pick his battles a little well. But to the point is Jeremy can reposition fast with this list, other than the ogres. So I would have liked to see the double down to get full kind of benefit of that. But it'll be funny to watch the fanatics just yeet themselves on something and blow up, because Blood of the Old King on that unit, he's got to be using flagellant models. Like, there's nothing else that he could do that would make that feel better than if that's what he has.
Yeah. I will say this horde of Phalanx and Snare Spearmen is probably not, those knights do not want to see this. This is their least favorite thing in the world to see.
I'm just happy there's only one.
Right.
Because that Phalanx really screws my army big time. And when there's multiple Phalanx hordes, that's usually when it will struggle against Kingdoms of Men.
Yeah.
So the fact that there's only one, it still is super annoying. It's like, I mean, I have the ogres to deal with that unit, and that's pretty much it.
Does have 4 big chonky hordes on the table, and then one less, not as chonky horde.
Yeah, I was going to say he has a big frontage. So I don't know if he's stacking this to where it's going to be like multiple lines, one behind the other, or if he plans on just saying, screw it, we're going wide, boys. But it's going to be tough for him to withstand all the charges. I don't know, maybe he does use his heroes a lot better than I ever could, and he gets is preventing double charges left, right, and center, because I think the death of Jeremy is just single charging any one of those combat hordes with any one of his and hoping that he can kill him in 2 turns, which it's not unlikely he killed, or not out of the realm of possibility he does it in 2 turns, but that counterpunch against a 15-17 or a -17 unit, you just might die. So
I'm going to make Travis talk here.
I think Jeremy's just got multiple waves that are going to come crashing in, and the heroes don't have mighty. So even if they come charging out at Jeremy can just say, I'm still speed 10 and grounded. I'm just going to charge past you. Because they're 16 inches. I mean,
once they take a wound, when they're disordered, they can't go past even a yielding individual.
Oh, true. But he's got how many more units that can go?
Right.
I mean, only 16-inch threat range where Jeremy's got 20 and then 16 after that. And then, I mean, it just keeps going down the line.
Yeah.
12. I mean, I don't think he can put up or stand up enough to where Jeremy will not just keep throwing stuff at him relentlessly.
Try to keep us a little bit better on time this time. Devin, do you have any more thoughts you wanted to toss in real quick?
If he can focus fire, he might be able to pick up a knight regiment before things get to the lines between the crossbows, the trebuchets, and the ballista. So that someone has to wash out. But if he fractures his shots, Jeremy's just going to get most of the wounds back with Aegis fragments. And he's got to shoot to kill because unless Jeremy's playing me, where he fails like 4 headstrong in a row, he'll just shrug it off and continue.
Yeah, I'll start us on the voting this time. I think a lot of Dan's chances in this game are going to come down to, and Devlin hit it right on the head, is my favorite game with artillery. Do they hit or do they miss? And if they miss, I think this game is like going to just be a flat line, like quick, like Jeremy's just going to slam and then keep slamming and then keep slamming and then Dan stuff just vanishes. But if enough pieces hit from Dan to where he can just remove some of that initial impact so it's not as bad, and then these hordes absorb the charge and then counterpunch with the Bane Chant and the fact that they're just all hordes with lots of attacks and built-in stats on their own, then I think that's then Dan has a good shot. I'd probably give the edge to Jeremy just because he's been playing this list for how long now? Like what, 3 years?
Too long.
Too long.
Very long time. And what you say,
Dan has
cuts me
too.
to the heart. Yeah.
It's one of those cases where I think Jeremy has more active play with this list, where Dan has kind of been in and out of the hobby. So I think Jeremy's experience probably gives him the edge.
I'll second that. Do the cannons hit or do you lose? Because if they hit, it doesn't mean you win, but if they miss, it means you lose. So I'll give it to Jeremy.
Yeah, I like Jeremy's.
Yeah, that hit or lose will kind of come into the captain redeploying those ensnare guys right in front of his paladin knights, and then Jeremy just shedding a single tier. But I think Jeremy's got the tools and the angles to kind of get there, not to mention the lone wolf doesn't really get threatened by a lot of this list, so he can just kind of hunt around, seek for those openings, and shoot to kill those war machines and take them out, especially with the attack prowess and the dread should one tap any of those things pretty handily. So I think Jeremy has got the tools to deal with it.
Alrighty. Well, I'm not going to make Jeremy vote. But yeah, this will be interesting. I will be curious to see the results. That's for sure. Alrighty. Next up, continuing everyone in the cast gets to have their stuff called out. But probably an easier to call one, at least in my mind. We've got Ballard versus Christix. I'll make Adam read his list because it's filth.
I can do that.
And I'll make Travis read Chris's list because it's not filth, which is shocking.
I don't know why you call this filth. This is trash stalkers.
Uh-huh.
So playing Night Stalkers, I got 4 hordes of scarecrows, 2 troops of reapers, 1 with the Jesse's boots, 2 mind screeches, 2 horror rift weavers, 3 soul flares, a dread fiend with the trickster's wand, and 3 butcher flesh rippers. 17 drops, 28 unit strength.
17 coming out on the higher end of drops for this event thus far. And then Travis taking away with Chris's list.
All right, Chris is playing Abyssal Dwarves. He has a horde of Black Souls with Chalice of Wrath, Throwing Mastiffs, and he took the Fiery Bulwark, 2 Abyssal Berserker regiments, an Immortal Guard regiment with Brew of Strength and Throwing Mastiffs, 2 regiments of Mutated Mastiffs with Throwing Mastiffs, 2 heavy mortars, Hellfane with the Hellforge Overmaster, 2 Hexcasters, one's with Periscope, and they both have weakness. An Ironcaster with Conjurer's Staff, Banechant, and Mind Fog. And then he took the Damned Yaegar, which is 2 regiments of Immortal Guards with Throwing Mastiffs, and Infernox with the Sacred Horn. He's got 15 units and 23 unit strength.
I think this might be the only time that dwarves may actually be able to dictate charges on the scarecrows. Holy crap. It has never been said before. I will say we've got a local guy, granted he's a little bit newer, tried a little bit, didn't get Berserkers in, but he's tried a lot of this foot infantry, Abyssal Dwarves, because they've got a lot of the auras they can play with. I think doubling up the Black Souls with the elite from the Sacred Horn is really, really ace, especially with that extra kind of Iron Resolve it's going to get from the Fiery Bulwark upgrade. So I think he's actually got the tools to deal with the Scarecrows. The thing is, I don't think he has tools to deal with much else in the list. So I also we've tried to make it work. I still don't think the Hellfane's worth it. A lot of times that wild charge, this is the only time it will pay for itself because most things aren't Scarecrows. So even if you're charging on 10s, everything else is still out charging you. So the Strider is interesting, but it goes back to the fact that you're not dictating charges most of the time. What's the use of Strider? You're just going to countercharge. So there's some interesting pieces, but I think overall, centering something around the Hellfane's a little underwhelming for my taste. Whereas we've seen what Adam's Ballard list, we've seen what Adam's capable of.
It's Windblast 27, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
Yeah, it's going to be like Top Gun. It's going to be like, he went this way, I went that way. Where'd he go? Where'd who go? I mean, it's just like you control board space with bodies. You control board space with Windblast. You control flanks with all those combat all that stuff that you're going to get into stuff when he's stuck on your horde of scarecrows. Yeah, man, this is it's a very solid list.
Just gonna because everyone in the chat is saying that the formation Yaegar sounds like my Friday night date. I just want y'all to point out that this is my current night date. Is Glorious Jaeger. Now everyone in chat can retch. I'm trying to do the math here. So it's Wild Charge +2 from the Hellfane, and then D3 from the Abyssal Berserkers, and then their Speed 5. So it's 10 plus 2, which is effectively 12, then plus D3, so they can theoretically get up to 15, which is still shy of any cav.
13 to 15, yep.
Yeah. So it's kind of like being Speed 7 is what I would call it. But the problem here is that I think having the guaranteed Speed 6 on all the stuff that's going to be hiding behind these just chunks of nerve, it doesn't matter. Like the Abyssal Dwarves can outstrip the rest of the army because the rest of this can't keep up because the Black Souls are only be charging 10 inches, like every other unit in the game. And the Mastiffs, I mean, the Throwing Mastiffs, they're not bad. Like
they're really good against Night Stalkers.
Yeah, I was going to say they're better against Night Stalkers than these mortars will be. That's for sure. But after he tosses those dogs, then it just kind of becomes a grind fest. And like, honestly, the hardest thing to crack in Chris's list is this Black Soul unit. And I argued with him that he should have taken the additional Iron Resolve on it. So it basically sticks like 4 free wounds back every turn. But
Jeff Swan's in the chat here saying you're missing the key. That unit is elite and vicious and strider.
The Berserkers. I mean, yeah, they'll do some damage, that's for sure. They then melt to anything that hits them back.
It's legit. Charging on one of the scarecrows, pop it, and then go, what now? As they eat Rift Weavers straight to the throat.
I don't think one of these pop it. That's the thing, though. Like,
no, I think he does. He has to double up to take a horde.
Yeah. Like, even with Elite and Vicious, I think the odds are the Scarecrows hold on like a 7 nerf check twice. because they're fearless. Like that's the thing. No, in fairness, are they defense 4 or 3?
3. So he's
That's
wounding
three.
on
Oh,
2.
okay.
He has
And-
a chance to kill him in one go.
Because even if you hit and wound with all 15 attacks, you're still looking at a 6 twice, which is by no means a guaranteed break. I think he has to double up, and I just don't think he has enough units to punch through the nerve wall to get to the juicy stuff. And I don't think with all the wind blasts that, I mean...
And that's the thing. By the time those guys charge, they're charging in a moment and place of Adam's choosing. Right. Meaning he's wind blasted him and set up his hordes and has his flank counter charges. That by the time Chris gets anything in there, it's going to be at a moment of the game where Adam is like, "It is okay now. You may charge me."
Right.
Yeah, I just don't.
And I think the big issue here is not so much like I don't mind the Abyssal Berserkers. If anything, I'd like to see more of them. I'd rather have more of these. Like just embrace the theme, embrace the chaos, just take nothing but this, and like abandon any like of these Immortal Guard like just stuff that's chilling there, because the rest of this is just too slow to keep up. Like if you're gonna try to create this infantry speed list, commit to it, go full on that like we're just running dwarves, because the rest of this list just can't keep up with those berserkers, which defeats the entire point of them being fast. Because they charge out there on their own, they just die.
Yeah, I think the other funny thing is there's 5 sources of Wind Blast in Adam's list, and there's 5 sources of kind of dwarf fightiness. So if Adam wants, he just can make the man just not play the game whatsoever, just Wind Blast each unit each turn, and then he just sits there and just laughs.
That's what I'm saying, man.
He has 2 hexes though, so probably not Wind Blasting when he does that.
Yeah. Oh no, you'll just have to use your 3 other sources to Wind Blast.
Yeah, I only cast 3 times though.
I mean, that is fair. Hexcasters are so bad for Mind Screeches because you can't hide a Mind Screech, really. And but Mind Screeches can do lots of other things. They're unit strength 1. They can fly around. They can, you don't
score.
need to be. Yeah, you can score. You don't need to be casting with them all the time. But like I said, I just think your board control, and you have board control in numerous gameplay areas. I think it's just going to be really tough. He doesn't have the speed to maneuver around you. I mean, this is the first. Have you been playing this list this year? I don't think I've ever seen you play this list at a tournament.
I've been playing this list since the beginning of 3rd edition.
Oh, okay, so this has been something that you've been workshopping and been playing with for a while.
I played this list, and I came in 2nd place in the most recent Call to Arms event.
Yeah. When it's like, have you been playing this list? And Travis Tim, his like in-person buddy, does like the face like the yes he has, and I probably have lost to it a time or two face. Maybe once. Well, if you lose even once, that's a big deal, right, Travis, with the goblins? So if you can lose, technically, that means it's a good list.
We haven't done the goblin matchup yet.
No, we're saving that. We're saving that for an actual occasion, like
when it happens in for real.
Happens. Yeah. There's no practice leading.
We don't want to know how that ends.
If it happens, it happens. So.
Like Karate Kid 2, this time when you fight, it's for real.
Right.
So
100%.
Makes sense.
Going back one more point, though, he can pretty much protect against the hexes a little bit with the Spell Ward aura. So one of them over there hanging out by the Mind Screeches, and maybe the other one just kind of vibes with the Soul Flares, and oops, your hex missed.
I mean, Adam has hex too. He's going to hex the Hexcasters.
It's very possible. But my hex only goes off on 6s against his Hexcasters. So.
Oh, do they? Is that their funky role being?
Yeah,
because they're completely balanced and acceptable. They can do whatever they want to you, and you can't do anything to them.
It's been a minute. I don't run hex. But
you should.
I should
to now.
No. I make do, but this. I think Adam just has all the right tools, and it's a much more refined list. And I think I don't dislike I do truly think it would be cool to try and run an all berserker list that like just tries to maximize those auras, maximize the output, and just make it a fun list. But I think this is like you went part of the way and didn't commit. You didn't go all the way, and the dice gods are going to look shamefully down on you I think Adam has this easily, even if it weren't Chris at the pilot.
Well, to be fair, those auras can only affect so much space. So I think 2 regiments is probably all they're going to get, get in range of realistically. So
Sure. Travis, what do you think?
Chris is going to play and win other games. I just don't think it's going to be this one. I had to put all this freaking army together for Adam. So all the scarecrows you're about to see, I slaved away and put together.
He's my modeling bitch.
He's your sweatshop. He's your
came
sweatshop.
together and said, let's do this. Let's make this filthy army. And then I regretted it instantly when I had to put it all together because I had all the models. So I'm going to open it up and say Chris gets the upset, though, because Adam needs to lose. Straight up. He has to lose. Because
I have lost, Travis.
I know, but you're going to lose to Chris. I'm doing
all
it.
Right.
God, you guys are brothers. Just I feel the love.
No, we're cousins because I married his cousin.
Okay.
Yeah. He wanted to be in the family that bad.
Yep. Just so I can tell him he's going to lose all the time.
Jeremy, what do you think?
Oh, Adam's gonna, not to take anything away from Chris, but he's gonna be halfway through the game, looking behind him, upside down, being like, maybe Twilight Kin aren't that bad, and I should have taken them. But I mean, yeah, I think Adam's got this one.
Yeah, Adam doesn't have to let him play this game, so I think Adam will be fun and not let him play this game. So yeah, I think Adam's got it.
Yeah, I think Chris's Twilight Kin list that he was running prior to submitting this was significantly better, and would have performed better in this matchup.
I think so too. Yep.
Yeah, but this one is just not focused enough for me. And Adams is both good and piloted by Adam. So we'll see how that works out. But
I like how we just only looked at Chris's list and we just basically said, oh, Adam has that stuff. We talked about scarecrows. That's about it. But
I mean,
17 drops, all unit strength. That's all I have to say. That's, I think, the most unit strength drops in the tournament.
You get bonus points for me for not running any individuals. Well done.
Yeah, congrats talking up yourself. This is why you're going to lose.
all
All about you all the time.
Yeah, we said nice things about you. What do you want us to do? I said you're going to win.
Jeremy,
tell me. Good, we didn't have anything to critique.
Tell me all the flaws. Damn it.
You're going to see this at Masters. You're going to see it at whatever other tournament Adam goes to this year. There you go, guys. Destroy it.
All right. Up next, we've got Sambar versus Andrew Atkins. Sam's a local Austin player, so I'll take his. If I can get a volunteer for Andrew.
I will take the mountains because he's a brawler.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Sam is running the herd. I think it may be the only herd list in this event, so we know how that will go. He's got 2 hordes of guardian brutes. He's got a horde of lichens with brew of strength. He's got centaur brace riders, a horde with the meat of madness. He's got 2 troops of gur panthers, 3 hydras, a great chieftain with blade of slashing, a saber-tooth hunting cat, which I'd have to check what that upgrade does, and the horde of the great migration, which is dread and aura wild charge +1.
If it's like the elf, it should just give duelist.
Duelist, yep. Gladewalker Druid mounted on a forest steed with Hex and Shadow Beast. Moonfang and Flaxhoof, which is Thunderous 1 for centaurs specifically, which will include himself, I believe.
Yeah, auras always give off to their owner, even if they don't.
Yeah, even if they don't have the keyword.
Yep.
That's another thing to mention about that Hellfane. It gets the aura for +2 wild charge.
Sure.
So it charges 14.
13 units, 19 unit strength. So a little light on the unit strength. And Marked does have the lone wolf.
All right. So Andrew the Mountain Atkins is my favorite large human being. So he's running ogres, but his isn't as cookie cutter. It's just half cookie cutter. He starts with 2 troops of Red Goblin Scouts, 2 hordes of boomers, a horde of hunters, 2 hordes of siege breakers, a warlock with the boomstick, Namagarok, and then the Hell on Wheels formation. So 2 regiments of chariots, one with striding, one with caterpillar, and then the warlord on a chariot who gives them rally, and they all have rampage D3. He listed up top, he is taking the Lone Ranger, probably because he doesn't need Dread with 87 sources of brutal, and he clocks in with 12 units and 24 unit strength.
He doesn't have the big deal, but he's got those other qualifiers for the ogre cookie cutter. But some boomers, though.
Which
I think
boomers are
still
something
really
Aaron
good.
does not want to see.
Yeah, the boomers are
Yeah.
like a thing of like they're not bad. It's just some of the other stuff is it got so good. It's one of those things, but they're still a solid unit.
That was not meant as like, oh, he's taking boomers. This is wrong. Just anti-meta choice. It's like, no, they're good. It's just they're not more siege breakers is the surprise thing.
That triple Hydra is interesting. I wonder if that's like he just loves Hydras and has like a bunch of Hydra models, but that's interesting.
I think Hydras are decent as honestly like a thick chaff roll. Don't think you're going to get a shit ton of attacks with them or anything. Just use them as a defense 5, 15, or 16, 18 nerve for 150 points. It's pretty valuable on a square base as well. It can be very useful. So.
Yeah, I almost would have liked to see some Longhorns. I think the Longhorns are the ones that you can kind of rally spam with, right? As the trip, yeah. I would have liked to see that to kind of shore them up because none of the things that I mean, the Hydras and the Brutes will be, or no, Brutes are now 4, right? So yeah, he doesn't want to see the Boomers and the Lightning Bolt. Oof. But it is a horde of strike. Ooh, it's a horde of. I didn't pick that up the first time. So
that thing hits like a truck.
Yeah,
because they're going to have the +1 thunderous charge as well from Flaxhoof.
Yep.
So they're going to be Crush 1, Thunder 2,
and he's got Moonfang hanging out, around there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just vicious in melee. Is that his thing?
If you're fighting the same target as him.
Yeah, he has a lot of good hammers with that have a lot of speed too, because the brutes they're pretty quick. Like if he's they don't have the thunder or wild charge anymore, don't they? They changed.
Yeah,
that.
But like they kind of can follow behind these other. I mean, you've got a lot of screening things because I think you're right. I think the Hydras are not. Like if you get bonus attacks with them, great. But like if you don't, then they're very, very tanky chaff pieces.
And people, they don't want to just throw something mediocre into it because you do a few wounds to it and then it attacks back harder at you. And, with the regen, and you might not kill it the second round of combat. So people either just psych out and overcommit to a Hydra and double charge it and wipe it off the face of the earth, and you say, oh cool, 150 points got you out of position now, or they just try to completely ignore it and you just keep running it at them and say you have to deal with it. So I like the idea of the Hydras, so I'm hoping that Sam uses them effectively, and I think he has a good shot at scaring the ogres if he does.
Yeah, the ogre list doesn't have. I mean, it's got the scouts. Does Sam have any shooting? He's got Hex, which not really.
Nah.
I don't think he's got any shooting. Oh boy, he's like me. Better than me. literally no shooting.
The one thing I don't like is I don't feel like the Host Shadow Beast is the best use of points, especially paying for Host Shadow Beast 8, because he's only got the Chieftain and Flaxhoof who can take advantage of it. And I feel like Flaxhoof should be going into whatever the Horde of Centaurs is going into, so that's kind of a waste there. And so really you're just maybe pumping up that Grave Chieftain.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to get the duelist combo with it to where he buffs up the attack value, gets double with the duelist, and just murders an individual. He's probably thinking people are going to have a ranger and a wolf every game, so this is how I'm going to hunt them.
Yeah, that feels like a tournament tech choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I want the extra points for killing my opponent, whatever. That's like, I'm going to put in, like, we've seen the Liliana's tier a little bit too. So I'm right there with you, Adam. I think that's like a tournament choice.
Sam calling out the entire event with shooting is for cowards.
I agree. I
So
only
I
have...
guess that he took the lone wolf then.
Yeah, I mean the ogres do have the chariots, so there's some counter speed there. I think my biggest concern is going to be that there's nothing to pick up these scouts, so like they're gonna get there. Like you're not plinking them off like the gargoyle chaff, which normally has to hide behind stuff before it can commit to getting in the way. Like these goblin scouts can just be in front the whole time. There's no risk.
He's got
like,
the
as long as
counter of the Gur Panthers.
Yeah,
I mean, so it is 2 for 2 on those. I mean,
yeah,
Gur Panthers, the Lone Wolf, even Flaxhoof, like all of those are kind of the reach out and take out the chaff type pieces, and then allow for everything else to follow up.
Yeah, and he does have lightning bolt, between 5 and 4 is 9 plus potentially 6 more, so lightning bolt 15-ish, 13, 15. So he can deal with the Gur Panthers, and he can even start to
take boomers.
Other things.
Like the late game shooting from the boomers is really effective against Herd, right? Because your defense is so low that I could see him if holding those boomers back as a nice second line to really help you late game, because that's sort of Herd's issue, right? Where you pounce and you hit really hard, but then you start to evaporate at that point. So he does have a lot of effective mid to late game shooting, I think. That could be tough if his initial charges and he doesn't pull off those alpha combats or really take stuff off. He's going to have Andrew's going to have a lot of tools to deal with his stuff later in the game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a massacre.
Bloodbath! This is this is going to be a total bloodbath.
I'm just looking at assuming the boomers get isolated and don't get to shoot all that much, because I think that's kind of the key for Andrew's list here. If he can get enough shots early up to soften up some of the Herd units before they get that commit, then I think the ogres will win out on the grind. But I don't think it'll be by much in any case, because like you just look at these units, it's like 30 attacks with Crushed and Thunderous, and then you've got 18 and 24, and like there's nothing here that doesn't just truck when it hits, especially when Moonfang's in there. And then you look at, but then you flip to the ogre side, it's the same problem. Like you got siege breakers with, just truckloads of attacks. The boomers aren't bad in combat by any stretch. Like
they're better.
And these chariots are not bad either. Yeah.
Yeah. Brutal.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's just going to be a bloodbath one way or another. This is either going to be like a super cagey match that gets decided and there's nothing left on the table, or it's going to be one person will start gaining a lead and then it's just going to be an absolute one-way slaughter. I don't know who will get that, but if I had to take a guess, I'll give Sam this one. I've seen him practice this list. He's been getting a lot better with it. Just don't get in your own head, buddy. Just play it. Don't worry about the dice.
Yeah, I think Sam basically in this case has an Alpha Strike army against a light bit of long range shooting with the lightning bolt. So I feel like if he commits too early, he's just not going to have anything left at the end, because the boomers will mop things up. Yeah. So, like, if Sam's able to hold out and not commit until turn 4 or 5 at the earliest, and then win the objective, that's whatever the scenario is, in that turn 6, I think that's how he wins this game. But I mean, Andrew's been playing ogres for a while now too, and I think that Andrew's hopefully not going to let that happen. So I'm going to give this one to the ogres and Andrew.
Thanks, Adam. Nice
You're
job.
welcome.
You're going to go one side and then just switch to the back. Okay, so they're going to
Yep.
tie. That's effectively what Adam just said, everybody. They're going to kill each other and tie.
Here's how you win, but I don't think you're going to win.
All right. Good God. I just like the herd list. I mean, you don't see herd all that often, and I think with the speed and if he gets to dictate things, as long as he can break stuff when he hits it, I think he's got a heck of a good shot. So I'm going to go with herd.
I'm gonna go with my boy Andrew. The Mountain's a good old Arkansas boy. He likes to scrap, and he's been playing ogres for a long while. So I think it'll probably come down to there'll be one combat where Sam bounces, and then it's just going to open floodgates terribly. I think Sam bouncing on any given combat is a much worse outcome than if Andrew bounces anywhere. So I think weird dice happen every game, and I think with that in mind, I'm going to give it to the ogres.
Jeremy, finish us off.
Yeah, the hardest thing to do when you're playing alpha, is to not alpha, right? Because you want to alpha so bad that it's very tough to play patiently with that list. And I think that unless he can, the mid to late plays that Andrew can make are just so strong against that list. So I'm going to go Andrew.
Cool. So pretty close game, at least in terms of the votes. I will say that, again, I think it's just going to be a bloodbath one way or the other. Definitely would be.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath always. And there's going to be one ogre character standing at the very end that says, "Look at me, I score."
Right. Yeah, barely anything left.
He's over there just saying, "I win."
Up next, we've got again all 4 of the EOD lists ended up sticking on the same side of the cast. We've got Mark Taylor and Alex Mueller with EOD and Free Dwarves, the only Free Dwarves. If I can get some volunteers,
I'll read Mark's list, I guess.
I'll read Alex's.
Okay, so Mark is bringing his Empire of Dust. He's got 2 regiments of scavengers. He has 2 legions of revenant chariots, and they've picked up the curse bows. One has Strider. 2 enslaved guardian hordes. 2 enslaved guardian archer hordes, one with Blessing of the Gods and one with Piercing Arrow. An undead worm, the always amazing Soul Snare. And then he has 2 cursed high priests, one with Surge and Diadem of Dragonkind, which I guess brings his fireball up to 12. And then one with Surge, Alchemist Curse 4, which is nice, and Amulet of the Fireheart. So 21 unit strength and elite 12 drops.
Just want to correct you. It brings the fireball up to 18. And then
okay. So 12 is what he starts with.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so that's a lot of fireball then on that dude.
Yeah, it's an expensive caster too.
Yeah.
And then Alex is one of the Omaha guys. He's playing as Free Dwarfs. He's got a troop of Brocks, 2 regiments of Brocks with the Pathfinder upgrade, 3 hordes of Earth Elementals, a Mastiff Hunting Pack with the Throwing Mastiffs, a Greater Earth Elemental. He has 2 Stone Priests, one with Conjurer's Staff, Bane Chant, Martyr's Prayer, and the other with just Bane Chant, both of which come with Surge 8. Berserker Lord, so it's the Brock Lord, Blade of the Beast Slayer on a Brock. He has another Berserker Lord with the Wings of the Honey Maze, and then he has Sperry. 13 drops, 19 unit strength. So there's some history between these two, and that's why they grudged each other. So to recap that history, they played each other at the Iowa GT last year and were on the top table playing off. They each were playing their respective lists, EOD and Dwarves. Alex has only ever played Dwarves. And Mark proceeded to give Alex 4 Snake Eyes in a row, 3 of which were on the same unit to allow Alex to walk away with the victory. So,
damn.
Yeah, there's a bad taste in Mark's mouth, I think. Travis, your thoughts?
I don't think Alex wants to see Mark's rendition of his list against Defense 6 because there's a lot of stuff that's just gonna kill Alex before he gets there. And then he's got all the Crushing 2 and Alchemist Curse, and yeah. I don't think this round is gonna go the same way as Iowa GT. I think Alex isn't gonna live this one.
Throw 5 Snake Eyes this time.
Unless Mark rolls 5 Snake Eyes. 4, Mark wins. 5, Mark loses. That's what I'm calling it.
Something cute I just want to call out is Sperry will give the wild charge extra to the Flying Berserker Lord, so he can charge 21. So that's just a cute little trick that I just kind of caught my eyes going through the list. But yeah, I think Travis said it best. Like, there's Alchemist Curse and Enslaved Guardians to deal with the Earth Elementals when they're far away. Then there's Fireball and Punchykins that can deal with the Brock Riders when they get close up. So it's not looking great. I think Mark can dictate the matchups a little bit better, and Alex has to run across the board to try to mitigate some of that long-range shooting. And then you're running right into the chariots where one of them is going to stick into something. Hopefully it's already taken wounds so you can blow it up. Then the chariot's dying. You go, oh, okay, that was my 200-point chaff unit. Here's another one. And then I think just kind of the attrition war ends up winning out for EOD. Mark's played a version of this list for a while. As much as Matt and I, or as much as Adam and I hate spending like $9,000 on Cursed High Priests, he's been playing it well, and he's got the tools to kind of deal with this matchup.
And to kind of correct you one step further, Devlin, that Berserker Lord on foot does not lose his wild charge D3 that he comes with. So he is charging 22 to 24 inches when he's in the aura.
Oh, I'm on the starting line. Okay, I'm charging you.
He's just charging to his death, though, in this matchup.
Technically can't charge turn 1 unless something moves forward, but...
Right,
True.
yeah.
But
just saying, it's a long ways.
He's going to catch someone out within the tournament.
But I think that his number one pick of charging something is probably going to be one of these chariot units.
Yeah.
Because those chariots just are going to slap back at him. And with his dash 16 nerve, he's going to stick around. So he'll hold down a chariot unit for 2 to 3 turns. Unless Mark decides to commit a surge to get something in there. He definitely doesn't want to charge a Guardian Archer unit, though, because the archers will smack his ass. So.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this dwarf list, and like the core of it, like, again, we got a lot of support. We got like some Brock Lords, we got some Stone Priests, we got, the Wings of Honey Maze, and we've got Severi here. But like the core of it is a Greater Earth Elemental, 3 Hordes of Earth Elementals, and some Brock Riders. And then you look at the core of Mark's list, and you've got 2 legions of Revenant Chariots, the Enslaved Guardians, the Enslaved Guardian Archers, an Undead Worm, and then some Scavengers for Flavored Chaff, basically. Like, this core here especially with the shooting that comes out of it first, is just going to eat this, I feel. Like, I think the Earth Elementals just don't put enough damage. Like, I think in a straight-up fight, the Enslaved Guardians will just beat the Earth Elementals. Like, they just do more damage. They've got more recovery coming back out of that. There's more air on the dwarf side, but, like, that's kind of all you got.
Yeah, use Martyr's Prayer twice and the Soul Snare goes.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, you've got so many options, or the Curse type Priest with Fireball 18 or whatever the heck it was. I mean, there's just the shooting that Mark has, I think, puts more pressure on the dwarves to come in because they have to. And he does have a lot of things to try to chaff him up and try to stop the shooting. But it's Enslaved Guardian Archers. So, like, you punch it with a Berserker Brock Lord, and then the Enslaved Guardian Archers say, thank you, and eat the Lord. It's going to be a rough match, I think, for the Free Doors. I don't think it's impossible for him to win, but I think it's going to, like, he's got to hope his Brock Lords just stack up and delete, like, an Enslaved Guardian Archer horde on their own, basically, each. Like, triple charging him. I assume he's taking the Wolf, since he's taking no shooting outside of that at all. So, which I think is a good call, because that gives him dread for these Rock Riders. I would imagine Mark's taking the Ranger.
It says.
Yeah, it says it in this list.
Oh, it did cover it at the top.
Which,
in his title.
Which is kind of disgusting, giving shattering support to, which he has it from the Chariot Legions already, potentially,
Right.
but like giving shattering support to a double Enslaved Guardian Archer hordes, you delete anything.
Well, and the Fireball. He's got shattering everywhere in this list.
Yeah,
he's got it from a lot of different sources.
It's reliable shattering as opposed to the Legion Chariots, which will.
The defense 6, like the Dash 18 defense 6, is not safe if it doesn't have cover or anything.
Yeah.
2 Enslaved Guardians plus the Ranger could delete that unit.
Yeah.
I've done it. It can happen.
Don't get me wrong. I want to always. There's a part of me that just hates Enslaved Guardians, like not necessarily the archers, but the regular ones with a fiery passion. But it's hard to not to like. The reason for that is they're good. Like, they're incredibly efficient. They're one of the best 18 attack hitting on 3s crush 2 units in the game because they're fearless on top of that and can be surged. And like Earth Elementals are good, but they're not known for their damage output. They're there to soak wounds, not to take them, or not to dish them. And I think the Brox will do well against the Chariots. I think the Brox will eat the Chariots alive.
They have to make it there first.
Yeah, but they got to not get shot off the table.
And that's the sticky wicket, right? Which is they got to get there. And he's got so many good tools to deal with defense 4, from his shooting. And this is a list that Mark has played, so much time and invested in it that I think he'll get max value out of those really expensive characters.
Yeah.
I think there's some things in Mark's army that I personally would change. I know he's been playing it and has some good luck with it, but I think the monolith is a key factor, especially if you're running double Enslaved Guardian Archers, that he doesn't have. He's not going to be able to manipulate the shooting and be able to like surge into terrain and shoot as effectively because he has 2 Curse High Priests, and they both would need to babysit the Guardian Archers in order to be able to effectively use them. Which the High Priests are his only source of inspiring in this list too. So I feel like you have 2 just normal inspiring sources in an army that wants to surge and get out there. You're gonna have stuff that's not in that inspiring range, and you could easily get one shot back. So, and I think there's definitely some things that are wanting in this COD list.
I miss the Alchemist Curse. Those Earth Elementals are going to melt.
Yeah, as Alchemist, I was just going to
melt.
say the Alchemist Curse 10 is pretty nice. Alchemist Curse 10, and then just Does the okay? So you have to buy the fireball. So if he's Amulet of the Fire Hardening, that means he's surging in Alchemist Cursing. Like he's not going to be fireballing in Alchemist Curse.
Oh, it's also Fireball that'll have rerolls too. It's important to remember. Alchemist Curse won't because it's very specific on the reanimated rule, but the Fireball will get rerolls on top of that, so it's effectively Fireball.
But I mean, an Earth Elemental Horde that's damaged or whatever that's out in the open is just going to get roasted by those two guys.
Well, all of this is about as nasty as I've seen EOD shooting get.
Yep.
Yeah. Too bad they don't have the Blast D3 shooting surging.
Bro, I almost went to cast without saying it.
I had to say, I saw you back there, Devlin. I saw it in your eyes.
Seriously, Andy's and BJ's, whoever brings back Restless Souls, like the whole RC can get in on this. Like, just bring me that unit back. I'll do anything.
I'll start off, Devlin, then with our first vote for this match. What are we thinking?
Yeah, Alex, you better play for 6 or 7 Snake Eyes, because otherwise Mark's kind of got this. It's going to be nasty, and he's going to remember last time, and it's going to fuel him to exact retribution. So I'm giving it to Mark.
In the chat. That in the chat.
Perfect.
What do you think, Adam? There you go.
I'm also going to give this to Mark, just knowing the history, and knowing that Snake Eyes is pretty much what allowed Alex to walk away with the win last time. I think the odds are in Mark's favor that he won't roll 4 of them this time, but we'll see.
I'll go ahead and throw in my vote here. Like, I don't dislike the free dwarf list, but I think this is just the exact opposite of what it wants to see on the other side of the table to try and fight. And I think, barring these Berserker Lords literally rolling out the ass, I think this list just gets slaughtered by Marks. And on top of that, Mark's also a fantastic player, so I think it's Mark's hands down. Travis?
Yeah, Mark. I mean, Mark could roll 10 double ones. He's got all the shooting. I mean, he's going to roll double ones on shooting phases and not care. Like, what's it matter? He's just going to keep shooting.
All right, and finish us off, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, you gave me crap about it yesterday. Mark's in my club, but I mean, he's got all the tools. That Alchemist Curse is gonna be like a dunk from the free throw line at some point in this game.
Yeah.
He's got effective shooting. He's got Enslaved Guardians are great. He's got a lot of great tools. So I'm gonna go with Mark.
I won't give you crap on this one. This one's pretty one-sided. Holy crap. All right. Speaking of one-sided games, we'll get our next one up here. We've got Brody Beck versus Gibney.
I think you skipped one.
Yeah, you skipped one.
Did I? Hold on. Hold on.
26.
I did. You are correct. Hold on. Hold the excitement. We've got another EOD list. Like I said, they just all piled onto this side. And then a Force of Nature list, because we have a number of those as well. We've got Rick Hoy. I don't know if he's bringing his Legos. He does have an actual EOD list, so I imagine he's bringing that. Versus Mark Bryson. I'll take this EOD list if I can get a volunteer for Mark.
I can read it if no one else will.
Okay.
Or Travis, you take it.
Yeah, I said it. I was muted.
Okay. For Rick here, we've got some Skeletal Spearmen as a horde. We've got a horde of Revenants with Blessing of the Gods. We've got a regiment of archers. We've got some scavengers, singular regiment. We got a legion of chariots with caterpillar and cursed bows. We've got some worm riders with a staying stone. We've got a reanimated behemoth. We've got a monolith and a soul snare, like you do. You got an undead army standard bearer with the loot of insatiable darkness. A pharaoh on royal chariot with, that is Raz, so it's Raz. The idoless Shobek. Sebek Ray the Accursed, clocking in at 13 drops and 22 unit strength. And 5 living legends for perspective.
He's an Apophis shy of running the entire Royal Flush.
Yeah, just all of it.
Mark Bryson's playing Fortress of Nature. He's got 2 Earth Elemental Hordes, one with the Scrying Gem, 2 Greater Earth Elementals, a Druid with Banechant and Surge, a Gladewalker Druid with Shroud of the Saint, Surge 8, and Ring of Harmony, the Tree Herder, Avatar of the Green Lady, and then he took Nature's Wrath formation with 2 Air Elemental Hordes, one with the Helm of Drunken Ram and one with Hammer of Measured Force, and then the Greater Earth Elemental, or Air Elemental, sorry, and 11 units and 16 unit strength.
Hyper elite.
Yeah, super elite. Wow.
No chaff.
Yeah, but going back to it, the
16 units
wound
right.
mitigation on the elementals is insane between the double cast of the Gladewalker Druid. You've got heal 2 in a pinch on the 1 Druid, heal 6 from the Green Lady, Radiance from her, Radiance from the Tree Herder. You get it back. Like, if you don't pop things, stuff goes from like 8 wounds to nothing in just the flash of an eye, and he can almost do it on 2 units. So,
Yeah. Those greater earth elementals are just tanks, too.
Yeah.
He's got 4 tanks. A herder's a tank. I mean,
Yeah, because
there's a lot of
nothing in the EOD list hits the greater earth elemental and kills it. I'd even go out there and say it's a stretch if you hit it in the front and get a flank with something. It's going to be difficult to pop it.
Ross and Banechant on the worms might total 1 in a go, but that's still putting 3 units into it effectively. But
Unhindered, too. They don't have
Yeah.
Path. Well, oh no, they have Pathfinder.
yeah, that's
Still,
one
they
thing.
hit a fence.
Yeah. There's a lot of things in this EOD list that just make me shiver. Like, I don't like a lot of it. It's just, Skeleton Archer Regiment, 95 points. For 10 more points, you could have gotten a Skeleton Spearman Regiment instead. And I think that would have done you a lot better. But, I mean, you have a little bit of shooting between the chariots, the skeletons, and a soul snare. But you're never going to kill anything, I feel like.
Took the wolf.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the wolf's a bad choice in this list. I'm just surprised he took the shooting elements that he did. Maybe he's trying to take off some chaff pieces, but I don't even think those units are going to be in the right position to take off chaff pieces. So
Just feels a little unfocused, his list, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
he's got 1 of everything.
I mean, Roz works with most everything here, right? The behemoth, the chariots, the archers, if he really wanted to, the revenants, spearmen, the sandworms. Like, so it's literally a Roz list, but he just threw in the 4 extra living legends for flavor because why not?
Do you guys
Yeah.
like the Revenant Horde? I don't care for that.
I like it with Ross because it can hit on 3s and be elite.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
It's just a
outside
lot
of
of points
Ross,
in a
I don't
defense
ever
forward.
like.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I still rue the day that EOD doesn't get the defense 5 no crush version because I much would prefer to have the tank in my list than the.
For
More
perspective here, you're spending 235 points, and it's not Soul Reavers.
It just seems like a lot of them points, right? To invest in a thing that to get its value from, you need to have it charge, do with something
Raz.
else. Yeah, and then that's
Yeah.
a lot of frontage. You then a lot of space you have to have then to get those two.
Huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have at least, if you're going to go the Ross and the Revenants, I would have put the sharpness trick on them so then they're hitting on 2s or 3s. Because then it's like funny, but as is.
The list is taking it out in 1 turn. So I think it's going to be a grind, and normally I'd take EOD in a grind, but as we said, that Gladewalker Druid and several auras of life, and I just think it's going to be too much, and there's nothing to go disrupt that Gladewalker Druid in this list. So I'm leaning towards Mark on this one. I like his chances. He has an elite army, but he does have the Scrying Gem to kind of help mitigate that in the deployment phase. So I think that Mark has a lot of good tools that he's going to be able to use effectively here.
Yeah, and Mark's been taking this list for a minute because he brought this King of the Monsters back in January. So he used it to great effect there. Now he was able to use Mothra for double heal, which was just gross when I bounced off a unit and then he healed like 87 wounds and I cried a little bit. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, he'll trade a lot better. And then I just scroll down to the bottom and I look at the greater air elemental, and then I get envy over what a bone dragon could be and then what that is on a smaller base, and it's just a better model 100% of the time. So I cry.
Yeah. Why didn't they buff the Bone Giant if they're just going to give a flying 50 millimeter monster to, 3 other armies in the game? I'm right there with you, Devlin. I feel the pain.
Yeah, I think this Force of Nature list with 11 drops is going to have some trouble with some of the other lists we've seen in the event. Because it's like, don't get me wrong, all these drops are super good, right? But you remove the 3 individuals, which are support pieces ultimately, and you've got basically 8 combat units, which is not a lot of board coverage and threat. I don't think that's going to matter against the COD list, which isn't exactly doing much better. Because the Soul Snare and the Sevic Ray are effectively the same boat. They're both support pieces. They don't occupy board space. They don't generate threat. Monolith too, so they're almost even in terms of board coverage.
Monolith scores, don't count it out.
Right, there is that. But when we're talking about like board control, like the Monolith doesn't really add to that. It's an in-game scoring unit. Yes, I agree with that. But for winning the game, at least during the combat phase of it, other than the fact that it scores, it doesn't generate additional threat that other than the surge, which he has from other sources too. I think this Force of Nature list likes this matchup for sure. I think Adam nailed it, that it'll just outgrind the COD list, which is that's a rare thing to say. I think a lot of it will come down for Rick. I think almost all of his laurels are resting on this Revenant Horde and how much damage it can take, soak up, heal, and then dish back out with Bane Chant and Raz supporting as much as he can. Because that's the best damage output he's got in the list, realistically. And then maybe a sneaky Shobek flank here and there, but it's going to be hard not getting the immediate counterpunch surge from these greater earth elementals that are going to be almost as painful. I think I give it to...
And even the air elementals, I love the items he has on the air elementals. I mean, the Hammer of Measured Force is a nice deterrent. Get that into a flank on Shobek is going to have a bad day. And Mark's one of those players, I played him a couple years at Lone Wolf. He gets to a lot of events. I really feel over the last couple years, he's really getting some seasoning as like a tournament player going into all these different metas. So I feel like he's getting ready to have a deep run in an event. So I like him in this matchup.
Yeah.
Didn't you spend last night saying that you hated taking Pathfinder off of an air elemental horde? And now you're praising the item choice. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Me? I didn't say anything about that.
I said that.
All right. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I apologize. Shame on you, Adam.
I don't like paying more points to take away a special rule and giving another special rule. It's kind of like the Revenants in EOD. Well, I don't want to pay more points for a special rule I don't want.
Yeah. Travis, what are your thoughts?
I definitely agree with everybody for sure. I think Mark's going to probably take this game. He's got the tools for speed. He's got the defense 6 and all the wound mitigation. But I think he's going to run into trouble later on down the tournament for sure, being so elite. But I think with the one-off EOD list, I think he can handle it.
Gotcha. So
yeah, 11 units, 16 unit strength is probably the lowest number you're going to see in any tournament. 23.
Yeah, and there's certain lone wolf scenarios that you just can't do it with that. You're fighting so down from downhill. It's just you don't have the pieces to play those scenarios.
Yeah. So we all agree. We think it's Mark, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah. Alrighty. Moving right along. Okay, now I have Chris Gibney and Brody Beck. If I can get
I know
assuming,
I just read one, but I have to take my boy Gibney.
I was going to say, if you didn't take Gibney, I was going to make you take Gibney. And then,
that's fair.
Who did I'm not keeping track of who's reading what, so
find amongst yourselves. I'll take the Northern Alliance.
Okay, there we go. We'll do Devlin. Start us off with Gibney, coming right back from his.
All right, Chris.
This is our first orc list, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Our only orc list.
Only orc list. Yeah.
So Gibney's been kind of working on this, but he is also Gibney. So drinking first and foremost, rolling dice comes second. Strategy comes. Actually, it got left in Memphis. So he's starting off with a regiment of Morax. Then he has a legion of Axe with Brew of Sharpness. I'm going to warn you, the reason they have Brew of Sharpness is because he wants almost everything to hit on 3s. So when he's inebriated, he doesn't have to think that hard. Then he's got 2 regiments of Gore Riders, one with Potion of the Caterpillar, one Blessing of the Gods. The one thing that hits on 4s, Skulk Outriders, and then 2 regiments of Orklings. A Cudger with the Trickster's Wand on a Gore, a Crusher with the Torque of Dissonance on a Gore, Gakagamak, Ulpgar the Mad, and then the Mad Mob. 2 regiments of Chariots, one with Boots of Striding, one naked. They get, I thought they're supposed to get, what's the word? Rampage.
Is that what Gruesome Gores does?
Oh, unless disordered, they all have Rampage and Slayer. Yes, so they have that on the charge. And then the War Drum, which because it becomes a caster, because it gets Bane Chant, he can then buy a Host Shadow Beast, which he then casts on Gakamack, and it totals things. But that is 14 units and 22 unit strength.
And he's playing Brody, who's taking Northern Alliance. He got 2 Human Clansman regiments, 2 Huskarl regiments, 2 Snow Troll hordes, a Frostfang horde with Brew of Strength, 2 Cavern Dwellers, a Frost Giant, 2 Ice Queens, one with Bane Chant and one with Heal, for 12 units and 24 unit strength.
Nice and compact.
What is this Northern Alliance army?
I'm missing
It's missing stuff.
the waiver mitigation items on the trolls. I mean, that's an auto, right? On Snow Trolls.
I have Crushing Strength 3 on my Frostfang horde.
One item, yeah.
And I would love to see the rally banner for those Snow Trolls too, because then they become 1619, just like super immovable objects.
Man, this is super compact.
And you're taking a Frost Giant instead of Harim.
Oh, yeah. This is different for sure.
And you're taking 2 Ice Queens, but you have nothing like they don't really do.
I don't know if I love them without having at least some ice elementals, right?
Hold on. I have a thought. Northern Alliance starter box.
I
think I'm right. Hold on.
I think you're right. Oh yeah.
That does come with a lot of trolls, I think.
You're close.
No, but it has ice elementals in it though. So
right, it does.
Yeah.
What about the Shadows in the North one? The 2-player starter? Did that have anything different?
Because I got both, and they have 3 trolls. I think 1 troll horde in one of them, or at least a regiment.
Either that or maybe the Kickstarter. I'm just trying to think of this combination of models. It feels like not I put this together to be super optimized, but rather I put together these models and then made a list with them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this is a Kickstarter All-Stars featuring 2 Cavern Dwellers from the Infinite Kickstarter. That's that is what happened, and then he just had some humans.
I mean, it's not a bad list, but it's just missing some stuff that I would have liked to see in it if you were,
Sure. I agree with Adam. These Ice Queens are definitely they're just kind of out there in my mind. Especially heal 5 for 115 points is right. They are inspiring, and it does look like they're his only source of inspiring.
Because he didn't take Harim.
He didn't take Rim. He didn't take Frostfang Lords. He didn't take Chimera on Frostfang instead of his Giant.
Enchant.
Yeah, everything's stock too across the list.
How are you going to get Crushing 4 on your Frostfang Cav if you don't take Banechant?
And they only come with a couple Snow Foxes in the starter box, so there's no Snow Foxes.
Yeah, I didn't even have enough for a regiment.
Did not even make one.
How many points is Harim? He's 2 something?
I mean, he is pricey.
He's enough to where if you drop the Brew of Strength, I'm sure this
if
giant
you drop Brew of Strength and Banechant, you can take Harim.
Yeah.
If you drop the Ice Queens altogether, you can take a Frostfang Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Drop a Cavern Dweller, take another one.
It's
drop the Brew of Strength and get 2 waiver mitigation items, and you get a list.
Yeah.
All right, back to the orcs.
Yeah, how drunk is Gibney going to be at game 1, Devlin? That's the real question.
He's flying in Friday morning, and I will be his driver most of the day, so he can put away some damage.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he's got the personal driver set up. Okay.
Yep.
So
I was going to say, if this Northern Alliance list would be oh my God, cause for concern, and then we realize it's Gibney.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was my trade of thinking.
That was where we were going.
But Gibney can fall upwards sometimes, and that's the way I'm
it's true.
It's true. Punches
I don't know why
hard,
you guys are talking shit. I lost to Gibney and at what's the last tournament in Shiloh.
Yes,
well,
you were given a losing hand to start out, and he was playing his Trident Realms, which is
he had a great Trident Realm list. I think this orc list
because Dan wrote that list. Dan did not write this list.
It doesn't matter. He's got hammer,
and there's no chaff on the other side, so it's chaff. He's gonna get all his
hammer.
This is one where Gibney can run across the table and actually win the fights, which is something that shouldn't happen against Northern Alliance, but it's probably going to happen here anyway. And I want to address John's comment. Yes, they are pink orcs.
Excellent.
So they are It is in the vein of John's Night Stalkers. They are not a Pain Award winning army, but they should be up there in players' choice votes because he does really well with them.
So yeah, these Gore Riders and the Gore Rider or the Gore Chariots are faster than everything else in the Northern Alliance army.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna punch him in, and this is Gibney, who's in Newlywed Glow too, right? Didn't he just get married?
Yes, he got married 2 days ago.
The world's coming up, Gibney, is all I gotta say with this matchup.
The problem with these Snow Trolls and Frostfang Cavalry is that all the stuff in this list has the crushing's great, right? For consistent damage, this list is fantastic, but for volume to deal with things like this Axe Legion that's gonna have 30 nerve at the top end of it, the even the Dire Fang Rider is gonna hit that and be cool, I wounded you 15 times and I did nothing.
At least they have crushing 3, so they wound on 2s against it.
It's so much. The Gore Rider is going to get to pick what they want to fight, which is rare for Gore Riders. That's usually their biggest weakness is they don't get to pick their fights.
The Orklings and the Skulk Outriders, there's nothing to deal with those chaff pieces. So
joking aside, it's really the lack of chaff on the Northern Alliance, which is the big issue.
Yeah, he's got the Clansmen,
and then the Gores. There's a lot of low nerve, but if you can get chaff into Gore Rider, sometimes you get lucky and waiver them. You know what I mean? But Gibney's going to be able to dictate all his charges, and what he's charging with hits hard.
The problem with the Klansmen is that, like, as far as chaff goes, like, they're 13-15 defense for, like, most of those Gore Riders will slam into them and delete them in one turn. They won't ever get to make a charge because they're only speed 5 wild charge. So they're looking at 11 inches. And even if they do get a first turn charge, they're going to hit 6 times and then not kill whatever they charge. So even in the, like, oh, I take thicker chaff than your chaff battle, like, they're not good for chaff. Like I said, my best justification for this, my best, like, I'm not trying to be like a complete asshole and pick this list to shreds, is that this has to be a Kickstarter love letter or an army box. Like, I put these models together into units and just got them on a table.
Yeah, and Sean from Reno says in the chat, and it's a really great point, which is Mantic really does need to do something about snow foxes. Because it is a great unit, and it's hard to not want to take it just because it's one of the best chaff pieces in like, not even in this army, but just as a chaff piece is amazing. But it is just such a pain in the tuchus to try to get. And again, this is all joking aside. We don't want to, we're not harshing anyone's mellow by making fun of their lists, but this is going to be one in Gibney's favor, I think.
It'll be a super fun game because it's Gibney. Like, let's be real.
Are you guys doing matching suits again, or I want to know about what are you guys going to be wearing this year?
That's a good question. Usually we wait.
For day of.
Yeah, we usually wait till later in the week to figure out. I know what our Sunday attire is, but we will keep close to the chest on what the Saturday attire will be. But I do want to clarify, John, the orcs themselves aren't actually pink, but there are lots of pink accents. So I will clarify that. But there's copious amounts of pink in this list.
I'm going to go with Gibney.
Cool.
Agreed.
Pink orcs win.
Yeah. Everyone.
Yeah, I think the one thing is I don't know if Brody's been to anything in a couple of years, so this is him probably getting back on the horse after the pandemic and things like that. So the skill level of these two are probably very equal, but I think surprisingly Gibney wrote a better list. So Gibney. Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if he throws because it's also Gibney.
Right. I was going to say, if this was any player but Gibney, I'd be like, this is a landslide for the orcs. But
and it is
the first. It's Gibney. It's
game one. Will he receive the Rashad standing ovation for showing up on time, still drunk from the night before?
Yep.
He always shows up. Now, what state of being he's in is debatable, but that's why he has the sharpness on the axe sword, so he can autopilot. He's like, is that an orc thing? Okay, it's hitting on 3s.
Yeah,
I can work from here.
That's just smart.
I played him game 1, day 1 at Shiloh. He's not that drunk. They're not that drunk.
No, you need it works through the day. Game 2, it's like, especially if he's got the scotch with him, that's when it starts working and he gets a nice one with lunch.
But you're not drinking with him, Adam.
All right. Moving right along, we've got Randy Davis versus Grant Fetter.
I'll read Grant's list.
I'll read Randy's.
Cool.
All right.
Starts off.
Yeah, Grant's playing his Basilians, Angels. He's got 2 Gur Panther troops, 2 regiments of Paladin Knights, both with Aegis fragments, and one with Boots of Striding, the other with the Caterpillar. He has 2 regiments of Elohi. He has 2 hordes of Elohi, both of them taking the Crush 2 Defense 4 option, and one with Blessing of the Gods, the other with Bruce Strength. So he's got a Crush 3 and a Crush 2 with Elite. He has an Earl Elohi with Blade of Slashing. That's just a value Julius, it looks like. High Paladin on Dragon, Chant of Hate and Aegis Fragment, and Samacris. 11 units, 21 unit strength.
Another hyper elite list at 11 drops.
Yeah, very elite. So I'll read Randy. You're going to learn today, Davis. He will be taking his beautifully painted dwarf army He's got 2 regiments of Brock Riders, one with Caterpillar, one with a Caterpillar, one with Blessing of the Gods. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mastiff hunting packs, all with throwing Mastiffs. 3 Flame Belchers, a Steel Behemoth upgraded to Golok's Fury, a Berserker Lord with Wings of the Honey Maze, a Stone Priest with Conjure Staff, Bane Chant, and replacing Surge with Radiance of Life. So he's got the Iron Resolve aura from the Behemoth, Radiant Alliance for the Storm Priest. And then he's picking up the Royal Guard formation, which is the 2 regiments of Bulwarks, one with Blade of Slashing, one with Pipes of Terror. Ironclad Horde with Brew of Strength. And then the BSB with the Elite aura for infantry. So 22 unit strength and 17 drops.
Nifty.
Randy, did you take the Ranger?
What the
Ranger?
No, I'm asking Randy.
Yeah, Randy's
Randy's
in the chat,
in the
just
chat.
He's in the
asking
chat.
him, what special character he took.
Oh, man, you could do either in this list, I think, but I'd probably go with the
think
Ranger.
you
with
said
all the Mastiffs.
3 yes. I think that yes was with that. So
Oh,
He's
No,
got
the Wolf.
you said Wolf. Oh, that was
Okay.
chapter. I'm sorry. I could see it. Wolf runs with the Berserkers. Yeah.
Does Grant have shooting? Grant does not have shooting.
No.
Why would Grant have
I think
shooting?
Randy has
Samarkand.
this.
Samarkand has the Fireball
Fireball. That was
and the Dragon.
So Grant has close range shooting against all the dwarf close range.
right.
But the dwarves have a lot more of it.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios. If Grant ever has to close for any reason, he will pick up one of the 3 things, like the 7 things he charges, and then just get torched to ever living shit, and then they both have no unit strength left at the end. So it's going to be interesting. But Grant can also just elect not to play the game for 4 turns and then take his chances on the last 2 turns, and then we see what happens at the shakeup. But at the end of the day, unit strength's actually pretty even. So if it's a standoff for most of the game, Grant's got a shot there.
It's 11 scoring units for Randy, but 5 of those 11 are Mastiff picks, which so it's more like 6.
Yeah, but he has to charge them to pick them up, right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
And if you're getting close enough to charge, you're going to kill 2, maybe 3 of them, and then the other 3 are going to yeet dogs at you, and then that's going to vomit on you, and that's going to vomit on you, and so it's not a winning
Flame
proposition for
Belchers,
him to get close
I mean,
enough to deal with the Mastiffs. Actually,
Yeah, his 2 Alohi hordes are defense 4.
Yeah.
The Flame Belchers love that.
Well, and the Lohi hordes don't really have good targets to go into.
No.
Like the Berserker Brock Riders are probably one of the best units to go into, but they're going to be screened by all these hunting packs. He's not going to let you get into that. I mean, Bulwarkers, they can be in the front line because that Phalanx is going to work against everything in Grant's army. So the Bulwarkers aren't going anywhere when you charge them. And an Ironclad Horde, you've got to at least double charge that to kill it. With a Knight Regiment and an Alohi Horde or combo of both. And that's a lot to commit. And then you have probably 3 Flame Belchers sitting behind that are going to just shoot the hell out of one of them.
And you have the Steel Behemoth.
Yeah, Steel Behemoth's not going to be something the Crushing 3 unit could, do work to the Steel Behemoth, but it's not going to pick it up.
And you got to be able to fit your base in there, though.
Right.
With all the chaff around it. I mean,
Mastiffs will be able to prevent double charges on any of the big things like that. So, if played well, Randy definitely has all the tools to mitigate anything that Grant would want to do to try and pick this apart.
Yeah, I think the other thing is Randy's probably going to make it to where if something's in range to get shot, fire's going to come to bear. So it kind of you're not going to get benefit of the Iron Resolve. You're not going to get benefit of the Radiance of Life. You're not going to get benefit of the heal. If you get close enough to make that mistake, I think Randy will delete us, save for some snake eyes. And so, like, the little bit of kind of mitigation that Grant has built into the list naturally just isn't there for him, I think.
So I will say things that are Grant's way in this kind of matchup are, one, he's got the speed. I mean, there isn't the slowest unit in this list is speed 8. That's nuts. Like, the slow, when you could say the slow unit is speed 8, and there are 2 units that are speed 8, this list can run circles. Now, it does have to commit at some point, and that's the trick. But I do think that if Grant, I mean, Jeremy hit on it when we were talking about some Alpha Strike lists earlier. This is an Alpha Strike list. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Like, it's going to come down to this game will be decided in one turn, like 100%. If Grant plays it well and like cages it, plays it, jumps in at the right moment, knocks out enough pieces, holds up the pieces that he doesn't knock out with the right other pieces, like the Elohi regiments need to get their money's worth here as chaff, that I think it could swing his way, but that's a lot of ifs. So I do think that, like, just in a straight up, Randy's going to have the easier time winning this one for sure, but I don't think it's impossible for Grant to win.
And Grant's been playing this list now. He played it at Masters. He's been playing this speed base alien list for a long time, and he would be the type of player I know that if he needs to sit back and be cagey, he's going to sit back and be cagey. But like, you're right, when you're playing this sort of speed base alien, he's going to wait until Grant feels like okay, and then charge with his whole army, and charge, block, charge, whatever. And just hope that the units do what they're supposed to do and he kills enough. But with any sort of elite lists, if he gets stuck against Randy does have a lot of tools against him. But I mean, one thing we haven't talked about is the Basilean Knights, I think, are so much better now because of the angelic buff. Before, they were a nice defense 5 Aegis fragment, sort of defensible knight regiment, but getting them elite with the Elohi buff makes them, I think, a little bit better combat. So I really like the Basilean Knights now. So it's just going to be, if he has bad dice on that one combat phase, Grant's in trouble. But if Grant picks his charges his whole army, and wins all the combats, I just don't think Randy will have enough to counterpunch. But it's going to be one turn will decide this game, I think.
For sure.
Yeah, and Grant brings up in the chat, the thing about the Elohi buff is there's a lot of things in the list which have the human keyword, right? Nias has it in my list, so he's getting the elite buff. Grant, the dragon with vicious, so the dragon's elite and vicious. So, and Grant's a smart player and played this list like a bunch of times. So he'll be super cagey until it's time to bring it, and then it will be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I think that Randy can force the issue, though, with the Mastiff screening and with his Brock Rider threat range. And then not to mention just the amount of throwing Mastiffs that he has on top of like a Gollux Fury shooting over the top. Do we know Randy's taken the Wolf? Is that what we heard? Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, I think the Wolf is going to be a great tool in this matchup too. That's like Grant doesn't have a way of dealing with it unless he commits a unit to it. So I think Randy can definitely force the issue if Grant's going to try and play that KG back up, wait until turn 5 type game. Randy can just force things down his throat and say, well, it's turn 3. We're going to get in combat now. And I don't think that's going to be favorable for Grant. So,
yeah, because that is the thing. You can still, if you give dwarves 3 turns to move, they can move up there and get in your face if they're unimpeded. And then, okay, well, maybe do you fly over them? Well, then you get turned and burned by the flame belchers or the dogs. Like, so that's a great point. Is that the dwarves, if they're given 3 turns to march, they can get where they need to get, and then there's less place for it to run.
And I mean, if he's
Yeah.
shooting those 3 flame belchers at an Alohi horde, that's probably a dead Alohi horde. So I think that Randy does have a lot of tools to deal with 15-17 stuff. But with any alpha, it's high risk, high reward. Grant could fly in and roll like dog doo-doo and be smoked, or he could go in there and kill his whole army in one turn. So, but
I mean, I don't think he kills the whole army in one turn, even if he gets at the most. I think at most, if Grant gets the super hyper optimum perfect series of charges, I think there's going to be at least 8 or more units of Randy's army still standing. That's assuming he kills every single dog regiment in one go before they get to toss dogs. That's assuming he gets to block up everything else perfectly. There's just too much phalanx, too much defense 6, and not enough hard hitting stuff in his list to kill everything. It's just about, can he kill enough? I think Randy definitely has the edge list to list. Grant brings up a good question, which is who will be too drunk to play well by the point of this. So that's a whole nother thing to take into consideration, is how fast and how's their weight class holding up. Boys better be drinking ahead of time.
Grant's a fucking lightweight now. He's been working out too much, not drinking enough. So I think that Grant is going to make many mistakes if he drinks too much. So I'm going to go with Randy on this one.
Start us off.
Grant's calling a 20-0 win for himself. So even if it's a 19-1 win, he still lost. So Randy's got the odds no matter what. So Randy wins.
I'm also going to take Randy just out of pure just Randiness. The video was everything that I ever wanted. So he's going to learn today.
Jeremy.
Oh man, Randy, you just crack me up. I just listen to you. I just laugh so hard when I think of you saying you're gonna learn today. But since you guys are all picking Randy as the only other Basilan player in the entire country, I feel like I need to support Grant. So I'm gonna go with Grant.
If I had voted first, would have been knowing that Jeremy will pick Grant, I will pick Randy. But,
even though if you were to tell me what's your upset choice in round 1, this would be one of my I think Randy has it in him to pull an upset.
Oh yeah.
But
sure.
Yeah, but I mean, Grant just knows this list backwards and forward and has played it against some of the top competition in the country. So
I will give it to Randy, but I would be very happy and not at all surprised to see Grant pull this one out, if that makes sense. I think it can be one, but I think Randy has the edge going into it by far.
And go take a look at Randy's army. He's the best colorblind painter in the country. His stuff looks great for being colorblind.
That's the most amazingly backhanded compliment I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm. As you do.
It's time for Adam and Devlin to get to talk shit about my list.
Yes, I've been waiting all night, and I got somewhere to be, so this is the last one. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Let's see. We've got Ryan Smith and myself competing for hopefully another Drunkest Table award.
I will read Matt's list. Devlin, would you like to read the other list?
I would love to read Fellow Brawler because Ryan's in every single club in Texas and 4 other regions. So yes, I will read Ryan's list.
All right. Well, we'll start with Matt. He is playing Empire Dust, named Return of the Mimi. Okay. A Desert Swarm. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regiments of chariots and 2 legions of chariots. Well, at least he's not taking the bow upgrade, so he's doing it right. He has a monolith, a soul snare, a pharaoh. He named it something stupid that's not Roz with Surge 8. He has a Pappy and he has Shobik. 13 units, 23 unit strength.
And you're taking the wolf, I'm assuming, Matt?
Yes, I'm taking the wolf. Or sorry, wait, no, I'm not. I'm taking the Ranger.
Okay. Rally.
Before I
Interesting.
forget.
Why?
All right.
Okay. Now
Rally.
the chariots have brutal, don't they?
Correct.
Yes.
That is precisely why.
Okay.
All right. So Ryan's rocking up with Basileans. This is the Dragon Cult 2. So this is the second iteration, which means Ryan's actually played a game with this list. That's interesting. So it starts it off with 2 regiments of Paladin Foot Guards. The first one gets the Defenders upgrade, so they get Elite, Aura Elite for melee Paladins. And then the other one drops to Defense 4, so it gets Crushing 1. Then he's got a troop of Gur Panthers, a Sisterhood Panther Chariot Regiment with Potion of the Caterpillar, 2 hordes of Ogre Palace Guards, one with Dwarven Ale, one naked, a regiment of Alohi with a Brew of Haste, but not getting Double Crush, a Phoenix, a War Wizard with Diadem of Dragonkind for Fireball 16, Paladin on a Dragon, and the Julius Dragon of Heaven. 11 units in this Ultra Elite list for only 21 units strength.
I don't think that's enough units.
No.
And I don't think there's enough value in any of those units either. It looks like he went more of the defensive route, especially with those Alohi and Phoenix. And yeah, he just doesn't have a whole lot of attacks. I mean, he has the 2 Ogre Palace Guards that are going to hit hard, but there's just not enough around them to allow them to get into multiple combats reliably, I feel like. So I think Matt has the units and everything's pretty much chaff because he's taking chariots. And so you're basically just saying, all right, Apophis and Shobek are going to run this show and everybody else is here to get in your way. Does that sound right, Matt? Did I nail it?
It's about right.
Yeah,
right.
Julius can only kill so much over six, maybe 7 turns. And it's like Matt's playing, I think this is Ryan's, I believe the theme of this list is it's like a fallen Basilean. So I think he has some like Mantic Abyssal stuff worked in there, if I'm thinking correctly. And Ryan's plays a lot of different lists, and this is like Matt's list, thus the return of the meme. So I know I played him piloting this list, and he's super deadly. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes, very clean, and it's a list that he feels super comfortable playing. Sort of the list he's known for, I think you would say, Matt, is this list. So I imagine you feel pretty comfortable playing it.
This is as close as it's gotten for a while. It doesn't have quite the shooting that it did back in 2nd edition, where it could dump out 70 bow shots worth of just bullshit before it had to engage. But and I will at least speak to the regiments specifically. The regiments are not bad. You look at them at first and you're like, 12 attacks, but then you factor in just how fast they are and how easy it is to reach out and touch Surge with the monolith. And since I don't have shooting that doesn't care about combat, at least because the Soul Snare shoots into combat anyway, they find flanks.
And dash 16 is tough to crack. I mean, even on a defense 4. So
yeah, I mean, the only stuff that he has to probably break you are the ogres, the Palace Guard ogres, right? I mean, the Elohi has the defense. It's not the extra, right? Ryan's not taking the extra crushing one. He's taking the
no, he's just
So they're just crushing 1. I mean, and so I mean they're gonna do some damage, but not necessarily pick up. Those chariots are really survivable, a lot more than what you would think.
Yeah, it's almost funny because the regiments of chariots are survivable, but the legions almost aren't, because they hit something sticks and they're like, look at me, you have the entire real estate of Texas to charge into my flank. But whatever will do that will then promptly get picked up by Mr. Showbiz and the Pharaoh.
Showbiz.
and old Grandpappy. So
yeah.
Ryan doesn't have enough to trade, and Matt's just happy to trade with pretty much anything that isn't a 700-point character.
You're right, Devlin. Yeah. Matt has a lot of pieces that he doesn't care if you take off, whereas I think each piece that Ryan loses is really important. You kind of have to run the table sometimes with that style of Basilean list. Like if you lose 1 or 2 units, you're in big trouble. Matt has a little bit more redundancy.
I will say that, and this, because this was a club challenge, it was meant to be a New World Order challenge to Hangover Heroes specifically. The goal of this challenge is to have one fun game at Lone Wolf before I get catapulted to dealing with the nonstop filth that we've seen earlier.
Well, Ryan is an amazing opponent to play. He is super fun, gentleman. So you guys are going to have a great game.
So yes. Matt, was that a kind way of saying you just challenged down for some reason? Are you saying Ryan Smith is below you?
Challenged up and did Dustin, so. I also had no idea what Ryan was going to bring, so. But this is definitely the kind of list that the EOD, this specific EOD list, wants to see. There's been some stuff like this is one of those cases where I'll say it about my own army. There have been lists I've seen in this event that like I don't want to go anywhere near, that they horrify me. Like I get matched up and I'm just like, I'm done. Like it's going to be bad. But
yeah, your list is really tough to deal. I mean, having played it with Basileans, it is a really tough list.
It wants to fight hyper elite, tight, compact armies that are typically slower than it is. And this fits those categories.
We're just checking all your boxes here, right?
It's not. I mean, I would have enjoyed it if Ryan brought the hardest counter to it he could. I just wanted to play Ryan. I have never played him. I want to drink with him. I want to shout and make funny noises with my chariots.
And I'm really excited to see this. I've only seen bits and pieces of this army. I haven't seen the whole thing. So I'm really excited to see him bring a new project. He is just such an amazing hobbyist.
The display board is wankery.
And you're right. It's so funny. You look in Ryan's closet and he's like, which club will I play for today? And he's got all the shirts.
And tracksuits. Tracksuits too.
Yeah, it's like a spy with all the different passports, but instead Ryan's got all the different club shirts,
He's the friendly version of Tom.
Basically.
That said, it's going to be not fun when Matt wins this and then runs in the Randy round 2 and just gets utterly annihilated by those shooting.
Unstoppable Randy, the force that Randy is about to become.
Yeah,
Super Randy.
that is a perfect example of lists I don't want to see. Low defense, chariots do not like dogs, or flame belchers, or any amount of volume shooting.
But at least it's not second edition dogs, so they don't just re-roll forever until you die. Amen.
Yep. Thank God.
But I love Ryan, but I think we can go ahead and wrap this for Matt.
Yes.
Ryan's victories will come from making Matt unable to feel for the pain that he's going to receive the next game.
That's true. I expect to be so toasted I don't remember my game 3.
Mm-hmm. And Matt, you've made significant improvements, like adding the Monolith, the Soul Snare, and Shobik into this list. So it passes my test for an EOD army. So we'll allow Pappy to stay because he has 3 other brothers that deserve to be there. So I'll vote for you, Matt.
No love for Pappy.
I don't hate a Pappy. I just always find that he's really expensive, and I don't like running the double twins of him and Shobik together. So I can never find a list that I look at him and I think I like him better.
It's the best way to run them. All right. Well, we'll move along so we can stop. I do want to see Ryan's army. It's going to be gorgeous.
Did Travis and Jeremy vote? Or do you not want to hear them?
Did they need to?
Need to? Yeah.
I felt it was clear. I may have missed Travis's.
I didn't even say a word. I didn't need to.
Yeah.
No, I think you got it, Matt. It's going to be whoever gets Ryan in game 2 is also going to have a great game. So, but I think you got it.
One fun game before the oh my god, I hate the top field.
Oh, this is one of them good old anime fights.
Yeah, this is going to be. This is, I think, our only mirror matchup. I could be wrong, at least in terms of faction. We've got Pat Zora Allen playing Tommy Mancino. I assume it's Mancino.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. All right. I will happily read Pat's list since I've played it like 4 times recently. If someone wants to take Tommy's.
I got it.
Gotcha. Pat is running Trident Realms. These are both Trident Realms lists. He's got a Horde of Naiad Ensnarers. He's got Brew of Strength on them. 3 Riverguard Tree Leaper troops. Some Naiad Worm Riders with Liliana's Tier. Again, making its way to everyone's lists. 2 Gigas. One with the Staying Stone, one with the Dwarven Ale. A Nucker. A Kraken. A Naiad Centurion with Boots of Levitation. And Trident of the Drowned Sea, which is a range 12 piercing 1. And disorder stuff when it smacks things. Naiad Worm Rider Centurion with the Trickster's Wand. A Thule Mythicon with Crown of the Wizard King. That's the plus 6-inch range. Banechant 2 and Library of Scorched Earth 2. And then Kairoshk, Hunter in the Deep.
And then Tommy.
Kairoshk. I'm not. Yeah.
He basically gets duelist against like big shit.
Yeah. Clocking in at 13 units and 19 unit strength.
And Tommy's got 2 regiments of placoderms, 4 Tidal Swarm regiments, Depth Horror Horde with Brew of Haste, 2 Krakens, Naiad and Centurion with Boots of Levitation and the Trident of the Drowned Sea, Thule Aquamage with Boots of the 7 Leagues, Rising Tides, took the Library Barkskin and Library Host Shadow Beast 8. He's got Kairosh as well. And then he took the Hidden Ones formation with 2 Thule regiments, one with Healing Brew and one with Staying Stone, and the Thule Mythicon with the Periscope, Banechant 2. He upgraded the Spellcaster tier by 1 and took Scorched Earth 3. He has 15 units and 21 unit strength.
Did he list? I don't know if Tony took the Wolf or the Ranger, but based on the lack of shooting, I'm going to say the Wolf most likely. I think if I remember, Pat was running the Ranger last time I checked, but he may have switched. He's done both recently, so I actually don't know anymore. I do find it funny that they both took the exact same Naiad Centurion build. Both of them have the exact same Boots of Levitation, Trident of the Drowned Sea, point for point.
And Pat loves those troops, right? He loves infantry troops.
Yeah, this is a battle of chaff maneuvering, if anything.
Yeah.
Got the Tree Leapers versus 4 Tidal Swarm regiments. You've got a Nucker and some Gigas versus some Krakens.
Where is Tommy from? Do you know? I'm not familiar.
I want to say he's Arkansas.
Arkansas? Okay.
Yeah, because I've seen him. He was at Shiloh. Was he? I think he was at Shiloh. He was at King of Monsters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It'll be funny to actually see the Thule Aquamage scouting up with all the Tidal Swarms, then throwing like Barkskin on something legit. And then
Oklahoma, they say in the chat. Tommy's from Oklahoma.
Okay. But yeah, the Barkskin on the Ensnare Tidal Swarms just always makes me giggle.
Yeah. I do think the formation is good. I like the Thule formation.
Mm-hmm.
that can pump out a good amount of damage.
This is going to get confusing for me real quick since it's the first mirror matchup we've had.
Also, they both have the disordering Centurion with boots of levitation, so it's going to be a battle of who gets their boots off against the other one first that can't shoot back then, and so it'll just be it's going to be funny. Yeah, both these guys have a lot of points in these individuals. Like they're decking out these Aqua Mages and the Centurion, and I don't know. I'm just not a fan of putting that many points on these individuals. You can only cast one spell a turn, and most of these guys have like 3 spells on them. So I think that for my taste, I would like to see more of those points allocated to scoring units or magic items to upgrade some of those units. But I do like both lists, and Trident Realms I feel like are at a point where you really don't make bad lists. Like all their units are useful in some way or another. And this is a good example that both these lists are fairly different from each other, but both these armies are I think, equally matched up, in my opinion. So,
looking at it, just as a quick notice here, because you're talking about these pricey casters. Like Pat does have one too. I agree with that, but he does have a trickster with one, and Tommy does not, from what I see.
Yeah.
Just doing a double check here. So, like, one of these expensive casters will be casting 0 spells, or will be taking an absolute trek ton of wounds to do so.
That said, though, both the casters have the ability to still be useful without casting because they both hold auras. But
yeah,
I'm looking at things, and I don't think Tommy has a good answer to the Gigas, whereas he's got a little bit more to work with to deal with the placoderms. And I mean, Pat's a former master; like he knows what he's doing. So I think with all things kind of similar in the list, I give the edge of the list slightly to Pat, and then it's Pat as well. So I think
I really like that Ensnarer Horde Pat has too with the Brew of Strength. Plop that right in some terrain, and you're like, "Come at me, bro!" And I just really like that unit.
Yeah. List on list. This is, like I said, the mirror matchup here really kind of puts to terms like the strengths of each list versus the other one, and I think. Like, I don't think this Trident Realm list that Tommy has is a bad list. I just think it's just not quite as good against Pat's in a flat-on matchup, if that makes sense. That said, having played Pat a number of times with this list, with a couple different variations on the chariots, I will tell you that, and I know he's listening, so he needs to be a little bit more cautious with how he uses Cairo here, because he's prone to getting hyper aggressive with these individuals to punch things, and then they don't get their value. And the Gigas are super great, but at tanking damage, but kind of like Earth Elementals, they just don't quite dish it with the 12 attacks. Like, they're very consistent. They're like mummies. Like, they will always do 6 wounds, but they will only do 6 wounds. So that's kind of how I feel about it. I think just in this matchup, the Tidal Swarms will eventually get picked up, and then it's going to be an ensnare off, so it's going to be a slow, grindy battle. There might actually not be a lot that gets picked up this game because there's so much ensnare everywhere and so little things that can push through it. And the stuff that doesn't have ensnare is defense 6 on both sides.
And then they got Scorched Earth. It's going to be a lot of
yeah.
like...
Yeah. Very technical game, probably.
Yeah, I think Pat's just so good with those troops. I think he's going to do some really nasty things with the tree leapers. I think are going to be sort of a nice little wild card in his repertoire.
Kairosh is challenging Kairosh to a duel. Yeah.
Make it happen.
I forgot that their Worm Riders got nimble, so that'll be interesting to see play out.
It's kind of Pat's thing.
Pat's
Yeah,
got a
The
lot of
cab
nimble.
unit that just sneaks through and eats stuff that you don't want it to.
Nimble Soul Reaver cab back in
Yeah,
the
I've never
day.
dropped my pants to that unit. Ugh.
Yep. I'm hearing people in chat are telling us that Tommy is out of OKC. So yeah, I'll start off this one. I think that like Pat's going to struggle against a lot of these other lists. I think there's a lot of that story going around where like the first round matchups, I think Pat will win this, but in later matchups, I think this list is it's not gonna like these dwarf lists. That's for sure. And I think it's gonna struggle against some of these beefy ogre lists too.
And God forbid we actually see an army that runs Glade Stalkers.
We had one Trident or TK list that had two of them, so
Yeah,
but only two.
only two.
Yeah, it's definitely like I know my meta list. He knows like what's going to be there at Lone Wolf, and it's hard. Pat's a former master, so it's like hard to. And Trident Realms to me is like Night Stalkers. Where it's like sometimes I never play against Trident Realms. So sometimes it's hard for me to conceptually wrap my mind around it because they have so many characters and they're all like Thule, Aqua, Deuter, or whatever. It's like okay, it's defense 6, phalanx, and snare. I got to turn backwards before I can hit you. I don't know. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around it. So this one I'm gonna go just straight on player and say Pat will win.
Yeah, I think the lists are evenly matched enough that it'll come down to whose was a former master before. So I think Pat also will win.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think Pat's got it. He's been playing this list too. So, and with all that nimble, I think he'll find the way to use it right.
Yep, and this is quite different. At least I don't know if this is what Tommy ran at Shiloh, but it's a bit different from what he ran at King of the Monsters. So, I think there's pieces of Tommy's list I like better. There's pieces of Pat's list I like better, but it's going to come down to who was a former U.S. master, and that is Patty Boy.
Yeah. This would be one where like I know that everyone just voted for Pat on skill alone, but I would have liked to have seen this. This is another one of those like I'd like to see it play out.
Yeah, I think this would be a
Especially
super
because it's the
interesting game to watch,
Yeah.
even if it's like with the foregoneness of it, like or that's what you say.
Yeah.
But, like it'll be really weird going back and forth, and it's just like I imagine they both have like fish, like the Monty Python skits, and they're just slapping each other in the face, doing like no damage. So.
This would have been a great stream game. Definitely would have been worthy to be voted on. Very, very interesting game, I think.
Would it? It's all just in snare versus snare, and nothing's.
No,
gonna
I think
so.
I think it would be. Sometimes mirror matches are really interesting to watch.
Yeah. I think unlike a lot of other games where you get this kind of like smash and everything dies really quickly, that one's going to have a much thicker center later into the game, which would be different. It would be uncommon like a lot of the stream games that you see.
You'd see a lot of unique game states and board states in that matchup, I think.
Yeah. All right. We've got Scott Hakala versus Nick Brooks. Or Hakala. Scott Hakala versus Nick Brooks.
Drink.
Yep.
You also
Called
knew
out.
for last round because you called him Tony instead of Tommy one time.
I did. You're right.
Double shot.
Only going to get worse as the night goes on. Alrighty. Who wants to take
I'll
Nick's
read.
list?
Or I was gonna say I'll read Scott's
Why is his target 3,000?
Twilight.
Real quick before we move on, Randy had a really good call out. Somebody needs to jump on a Long John Silver's restaurant theme Trident Realm army. So just wanted to bring that to everybody's forefront.
Cheers, Randy. Who's starting with who?
I'll read Scott's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go for it.
Sure, I'll read Nick.
Okay, I'll read Scott's Twilightkin list. Entitled Twilightkin Shadowhulk. So he's got two regiments of Impalers, 3 regiments of Gladestalkers, 2 troops of Gargoyles, a horde of Butchers, a regiment of Fiends, 2 Shadowhulks, a Summoner Crone mounted with Amulet of the Fireheart, upgrading to Scepter of Shadows, so that's the heal from Drain Life, has increased range on everyone, not just Crone-bound units. And Alchemist Curse, which is really great on TK. You can take it at the max. He's taking it at the max of 4. Soulbane on Dreadfiend, Staying Stone, and Raphael Bleakheart. So 25 unit strength, 14 drops.
And Nick is playing Orcs. We have a regiment of Young Axes, 2 legions of Axe, one with the Bruised Sharpness, as you do, apparently. A Great Axe Horde with the Boots of Striding, Reborn Legionnaires, which are the new inspiring Riftforge Orcs that are in the list. Gore Chariots, Legion with the Caterpillar, War Drum with Dread, and a normal War Drum. Crudger on Wing Slasher with the Meat of Madness, a Crusher mounted, a God Speaker with Shroud of the Saint and Heal 2, and Ulfgar the Mad, for a total of 12 units and 27 unit strength. Some thick orcs.
Fairly, wide army with all the not a lot of.
Oh, we're losing Travis.
What?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
That was weird.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of big units, a lot of Horde legions. I mean, he's going to have a lot of big footprints to try to hide that he really can't as the Orc player.
Yeah, the Great Axe don't get across the table. I think that's kind of stated. It'll be interesting because the Orcs will close, quick-ish. But there's not enough shooting really on the Twilightkin side to pick up enough to make it not hurt terribly bad when the Orcs just come crashing in. Now, what's going to really suck is he ends up with the counterpunch. Scott doesn't kill stuff and he wavers a few things, so he can just kind of take a step back and just pick his fights after that. But I'm gonna need to listen to other folks because I really don't know.
I just think it's going to be hard for when the Orcs do get across the table because they're so wide and stuff. The legions and the hordes, it doesn't matter what the Twilightkin throws at them. It might die, but it's going to chaff them up long enough to keep shooting.
Yeah.
He's got 12 units, and any unit the Orcs lose is just another tool that he won't have, that he needs to chew through the 14. And you've got the Shadowhawks that if you're taking out the Crushing 2 unit with the Great Axe, 2 Shadowhawks will, stop the Gore Chariots in their tracks. I don't know. Do the Gladestalkers do enough early game to hinder the Orcs in the mid to late game?
He's got the quality of attacks to chew through lots of nerve. The Impalers are great.
Right.
The Gladestalkers are great. So, yes, he is facing a lot of deep nerve pools, which can be tough. But, the one good thing that Twilight can do is they pump out quality, consistent amounts of attacks. And then you put that together with the casting stuff is pretty strong. I'm guessing the fiends he has to help chaff for the butchers. Again, I'm not a fan of hordes of butchers in Twilightkin. I think there's other things you can do that are better. I would love to see 2, butcher regiments for the Impalers, but he's got the tools to do it. But with anything, a Twilightkin list is like a scalpel. So, he's basically anything that charges him, his key units on the orc side, his stuff is dead. I mean, all those hordes and stuff, it's going to one-shot pretty much everything in Scott's army. So he has to really make sure he's removing things and using his chaff, because he's got the gargoyles, right? He's got shadow hulks he can throw in front of stuff, so he's got some pieces.
I think this is a terrain-based one, and I think that's the first time I've said that this whole cast. Yeah, no, I'll get there. But like looking at it, I don't think Scott has the tools to deal with just this much nerve. Like, Gladestalkers are nasty, but like they're limited by their volume of attacks. And the shooting especially is going to have to, like, there's a lot of defense 5 to chew through here. I do wish it had some waiver mitigation in there to try to help a little bit, but like at least the staying stone tossed on something. But he's got some pieces here, like Crudger and Wing Slasher can push up really fast. This Crusher is going to push up and punch something in the face and stop it, whatever it wants. Might even be able to pick up gargoyles if they're not hiding behind. The orcs do have to advance. That's their problem. Like, they don't have anything to reach out and touch. But if he gets some open lanes to march up those hordes just really quickly, like, I don't really think the orcs care about being charged. Like, the orcs get charged, yay, we get to punch stuff sooner. Like, most of this Twilightkin stuff doesn't kill any of this orc stuff in one charge. So he's happy to take a charge if he can just start getting into combat, start picking up these units at the counter charges.
Yeah, and that's another point where it may depend on scenario and the fact that the opposite of Travis's point, that white ass footprint. Scott doesn't have any flyers or anything, so he can just literally just present a wall, push all the way forward, and just hem them on one side of the map, and then you've got war drums and stuff that can just take the 1 or 2 objectives kind of in the end. So that'll be kind of interesting to see how it plays out, because Scott's in the chat, and Tom says Scott's been playing a lot lately. I want to say Nick was fairly new to the scene at last year's Lone Wolf, so I don't know how much he's gotten to play since then. But he's still fairly kind of within a year and a half or so into the hobby. So player skill might vary a little bit, but also a lot of nerve and just kind of pushing folks in the corner. Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to. I think if Scott can use terrain and make it so that Nick has to sort of feed him one horde at a time. You know what I mean? Make it so that he can't just engage horizontally up and down. It's a lot of drain life. It's dread. It's hits on 3s with Impaler. So you're right. Not any one thing has enough attacks, but if he can focus it and remove a horde at a time, I think he has a chance. But you're right. I think especially where the blocking terrain is in this matchup is going to be really important. Yeah, because the hindered is not. I don't care. I mean, you have so many attacks. I don't think on some of those stuff it really matters. To me, it's like the block, the how
can maneuver through it. Yeah,
exactly. That's
you're moving 5 inches a turn. You're just not crossing the board.
And we know that some of those Lone Wolf pieces can be small, and some of them can be a third of the table. So, pray to you if you get one of those old Warhammer, like the Skull Step Hills that are like usually impassable. Oh, good God.
I think Scott does have enough shooting to deal with some of this stuff. So one of 2 things is going to happen. Nick's either going to say Legion in the lane, no cover, and you're just going to keep running, at which point Scott just has unhindered shots against them. And that's 36 elite Gladestalker shots coming at you for the first turn. And then once you get close, Bleakheart combined with this Summoner Crone that's going to pop Amulet of Fireheart, do an Elite Alchemist Curse 9 against the Defense 5, plus the Drain Life 6, plus Bleakheart's Fireball 10 Elite, plus the 36 Gladestalker shots again. I think that it's very possible to at least waver the unit in 2 turns of shooting with that combo. And if you don't, you have a gargoyle that just sits in front of them, and you say, all right, I'm going to buy myself 1 more turn. Scott has a lot of shooting, and defense 5, that high nerve, it's not going to save him if he's just going to try and run straight at it. So I think that the axes have something to be worried about, and God forbid he puts the great axes into that firing lane. It's just not going to end well.
And I love like seeing flyers when I play my Twilight Kin, because I'm like, just fly at me or fly over my thing. I'm just going to turn the face you and melt you, because when you can pull that, Drain Life, Alchemist Curse, Fireball, Elite, all against one target with some Gladestalker, fire, to taste, it's really tough to get close. Like the closer you get to the unit, the more dangerous the Twilight Kin spell casting is, the more the range, and orcs want to get close. So yeah, I mean, I think unless Nick can really maneuver all those big footprints like super effectively, I think Scott does have the killing power to kill what he needs to kill.
I'll throw this as my vote. I think, yeah, you shoot 1 unit, you shoot it again, you chaff it up, and you shoot it some more. Cool, you've killed 1 legion, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4 more coming behind it. I could be wrong, that always the possibility, but I think this is not the type of thing Gladestalkers want to see on the other side of the table, and also I just want to see Gladestalkers lose so that people stop trying to spam them, because it doesn't work.
I don't know if 3 is a spam. How many chariots do you have, Matt?
His chariots don't shoot anymore, therefore they're fluffy and fair.
It's true. Very fluffy.
Yeah, I'm going to lean towards the orcs. It's certainly not out of the realm that Scott can win this. I think this is a pretty even matchup, but I think to Matt's point, it's going to take a lot of fire to bear to kill 1 unit, and he can just kind of present flush frontage. And yes, there may be something running down an open firing lane, but you just put another unit behind it, and the only thing that can really touch it is the crones on horses, which can't do that till they get close anyway. So I think that the orcs can basically just kind of hem them in deployment zone, and then just kind of lose a lot on attrition, but at the end of the day, take the objective. So I'm going with the orcs.
Travis?
I still like the slight edge to the Twilight Kin. I mean, because these are the Gladestalkers that can fight in melee as well and wound these defense 5 units on 4s. And they're effectively crushing 1. And
yeah,
I think that's going to actually play the role, because after all the shooting, yeah, it might only take 1 horde down depending on how, target priority is. But there's not enough units for the orcs to soak up. 5 of them aren't unit or 3 of them aren't unit strength. The 2 war drums are always going to be in the back as unit strength 1, and if his gargoyles are alive at the end of the day, they can cancel those 2 out. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. It'll be a close game. As long as the orcs can weather the shooting across and get there and fight, I think they'll win, but I just don't know if they can.
Seems fair. It's going to come down to how many shots connect, it seems. Like most shooting lists.
And, I met Nick last year. He's a newer player, and I think a challenge for newer players sometimes is not getting in the way of yourself with that many big footprints. So I don't know if he's had a lot of practice with this, but that can get really tough. And then once you get stuck behind something as crap is raining down on you, you get a little stressed, and you know what I mean? So should be interesting.
We're coming up to our previous cast member, Tom and Jack's dad.
Which of the 7 Jack's dad's list is it that we're picking?
Well, I just had a realization that because of the amount of times that he kerfluffled my organization, that now I have to fix this. But it'll be the one I have up on screen, and I'm deleting the extras. So, thanks, John. You owe me a drink. But I will gladly take Tom's list so I can do the thing for him, even if he's not watching anymore. Someone wants to take John's list.
I can take John's. Jack's dad's list.
Jack's dad. Tom is running 2 regiments of zombies, 2 troops of wraiths, and wait for it, here we go. 2 regiments of soul reavers, 1 with dwarven ale, 1 with chalice of wrath. I disagree with one of those. It should be a staying stone. 3 troops of revenant cav, only 1 horde of whites with boots of striding, 2 revenant kings, 1 with blade of slashing and surge, 1 with mace of crushing, both mounted, both with surge, so they're effectively duplicates. And then 2 revenant kings on undead great flying worms, clocking in at 14 units and 20 unit strength.
All right.
Cookie cutter undead.
All right. So it's the new Abyssals list. Okay. So Jack's dad is running Forces of the Abyss. He has 3 regiments of Abyssal Ghouls, 2 hordes of Molochs, 1 with Caterpillar, 1 with J-Boots, both with the Despoiler upgrade, because why wouldn't you? 2 regiments of Tortured Souls, 2 Choronius, 2 Seductress, 1 with the Gnome Glass Shield, 1 with Scythe of the Harvester, which is the Rampage one. An Abyssal Warlock with Drain Life, and then Veil of Shadows, the Manifestation of Baal, and then Zazuzu, the Betrayer. He is taking the Wolf, and he is 14 units for 21 unit strength.
And I might have missed it. Is this John's original list, or is this the new list, John?
So what it was, first he submitted the original list, then he submitted an edited list, and then he resubmitted, he reversed it back to the original list. So this is the original list.
Okay. I like this list.
It's irrelevant whatever he submitted. What we just read is what he's forced to run now. So
I like this army a lot. I think it checks all the boxes when it comes to the new the way Abyssals want to play. Although, does it have the Well of Souls?
Nay, I say
no.
it does not.
Never mind. It's no good anymore. Okay.
It does have 2 Croneuses, though. Definitely not as good without Well of Souls to back it up with their, ridiculous amount of wound removal.
Mm-hmm.
It does have your the closest thing I can say to Cookie Cutter and Abyss right now, which is the 2 hordes of complementary Molochs with the Despoiler champions. I do like the Seductresses. I especially like the one with the glass shield.
Yeah, if the one with the glass shield chaps up like a Wraith troop for like 2 turns, that would just make me giddy. But I don't know if either can wound back, and they're not mighty, are they? So if she doesn't wound on the charge in, then they just kind of float over.
Yeah, a Wraith or even those big Kings on Worms is a good target for her. Like they only hit on 4s, so they'd be hitting on 5s then. It's he's got lots of good choices for that Seductress, especially the one with the Gnome Glass Shield to go after. I think a really funny option would be to, if it's set up in such a way where John has a Moloch horde directly behind an Abyssal Ghoul unit, you just charge an Abyssal Ghoul unit and you sit there and you say, well, that Moloch's not moving from behind here for a couple turns, and we're just going to sit here and slap fight each other.
Yeah. You want to play with a little bit of space here, but you don't want too much space, or else you get eaten up by these whites and the Soul Reapers. This is the perfect amount of chaff for this type of delivery, in my opinion. Like, it's all dash 14 or 12 with defense 6, which is the same thing, basically. It's just... It has the speed to pick the units that won't kill the chaff in a counter charge. So you just pick and isolate whatever you don't want to deal with, and then the whites and the Soul Reavers just start going to town on everything else. And it is tried and true, and it works exceptionally well against most of your standard 12 to 13 drop elite lists.
That's really where the magic is. It's like in this undead list that it's so difficult to deal with the Rev Cav and the Wraiths to get anywhere where you can start actually fighting the good stuff. That often when you're playing against undead and you're elite and they're elite, their chaff usually is always better than your chaff for the most part. And it becomes a real challenge to get through that.
I would also argue these Revenant Kings are in a pinch chaff themselves.
Well, Tom loves that. He loves taking those mounted characters as, emergency chaff or, surge or whatever. It's another piece.
They're 5 more points than a troop of Revenant Cav, and they do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Like the Revenant Kings on Undead Great Flying Worms, I know Tom's challenge to himself is to get the special Lone Wolf Surge into whatever he can with these, so he's treating them like bone dragons out of EOD.
Every game. He said he wants it every game.
Yeah. I think that's cool, but I honestly, even just as like pieces on their own, they're not bad. I do think they'll struggle in terrain just like the EOD versions do on occasion.
But the nice thing is it's defense 5-18 nerve.
Right.
So
they've got the 5 to survive when things go wrong, whereas the bone dragons do not.
The only time they're going into something that can counter and kill them in one go is if they're going into a flank and trying to just murder it. So, but snake eyes can happen. So,
but when that's the gimmick of the list, and then the core of the list is still your two regiments of Soul Reavers and a horde of whites, like you still have just the super solid center versus. I mean, this is not to discount the Abyssalists. I think 2 hordes of Molochs is just as good. Like, it's super solid center. This is going to be a battle at chaff.
Yeah, and the undead chaff is just so good, So I mean, that's just such. Having played against Tom so many times in that list, that's if you can't get through that chaff, he just dictates everything, with his hammers.
I mean, John's got Tortured Souls and Croniuses too, so it's not like his chaff's bad. Like Tortured Souls are amazing, and Croniuses in this case are chaff, in my opinion. Like they're better as chaff pieces that are going to outfight the other chaff.
And by saying his chaff so good, exactly. I'm not saying that, but it's going to be. I think who wins the chaff battle is going to be. That's going to be a really key early thing to watch in this game. Is who has the upper hand on the chaff, because they both want to be able to deliver their punchies. So.
Is the From the Pit I Curse Thee? It's Disorder. Yeah.
Yes, the Disorder bubble that gets used once per year by Abyssal players.
Will affect almost nothing in Tom's list for the most part. It'll stop the dragons from flying, I guess.
Yep. Maybe next Lone Wolf, John might actually use that rule. But we have a local Abyssal player who is a Bale fanatic, and I think he's used it like once in 3 years, and it's not for lack of thinking about it. It's just Lightning Bolt 7 is just really freaking useful. Like, that's really what it boils down to. I can just fly around and just pick stuff off while I'm waiting.
That's another reason why Scud is so good, right? Is that he's got the extra attacks, but he's also got that Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt on a dragon is just super good.
So Tom's asking who won the actual challenge.
Tom.
Explain to me the whole, like, I know NWO is from wrestling, but what's the deal with, like,
So the whole concept of NWO, which is Pat's baby, is that to help break up the dojo, like the rules basically are like you can't fight your own clubmates. So like the whole point is that we challenge our own clubmates so that no one can ever feel safe in a GT from their clubmates, basically. So the intent is to break up Titans a little bit, break up dojo a little bit. In my case, break up Hangover Heroes a little bit, though that's less important. But like ultimately the goal is to just have a little bit of interclub fun. And Tom took it a step further by going the extra step of, because John, being part of NWO, was like, oh, so like, he can't challenge me because I'm NWO already.
So it's like a little wolf pack versus classic black and white NWO action.
Right. So like he went the extra step. Tom did the most NWO thing by challenging within the NWO group.
I dig it.
To challenge John. Fantastic in my opinion. So I would give the edge to Tom on the challenge. For the list matchup, I think Tom's a slightly better player than John, so I'd probably give it to Tom there.
Them's fighting words.
Fighting words.
Yeah, but I give John so much shit all the time. So like I can get away with that.
But Tom will also not go hard, and John will go hard. So
that
even though it's a Saturday morning, there's a propensity for John to potentially be hungover.
Well, I mean, Tom's not playing Tyler Schultz this year, so at least he'll be focused in the first round and not just give it up.
Them's fighting words.
You never know when he'll be playing Tyler. It could just happen.
Never.
I mean,
Tom could be 2-0 and Tyler could be 0-2, and Mark just says, "Hey, that's the way
you guys are fighting." And then Tyler gets to use D8s from Dead Zone.
There you go. Make them exploding D8s.
Yeah, he gets to use exploding D8s.
All right, who do we think here? Quick rundown. We'll start with Travis.
I don't know. I like both of these lists, and I like both of these guys.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go, since Tom won the challenge, I'm going to go with John wins the game. So then they tie in the end.
Adam?
I'm going to go with Tom wins the game so that he and I can play for the first time ever in round 2. So.
Jeremy?
It's like this one's going to be so close. Both lists are really good. Both players are really good. I just think the Undead Chaff is just a little bit better. So I guess I'll say Tom, but it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Devlin, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm also leaning to Tom. His chaff's just a little bit faster, and I think even though John has a little bit of the shooting to pop some wounds, the other thing to think about is if he's really trying to get points out of Zuzu, he's going to be taking wounds on like something like his ghouls. So that's just going to play in, and he won't be able to heal him up with the Cronius until fights start happening. So I think Tom will win the chaff fight, and that'll give him the edge in the overall war.
Yeah, I'll say John lost the challenge so much so that John was so shocked that he had to ask the other NWO people whether or not it was okay for Tom to challenge him. So Tom wins on the challenging aspect on so many levels, but I'll give it to John just to spite Tom here for taking Cookie Cutter Undead. Right.
Paint your halflings.
Paint your halflings.
So are we saying that Tom is not the best colorblind painter in Kings of War?
I don't think he is colorblind.
No, because that was part of John's challenge, was he was talking so much shit about his horse.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Alrighty.
On the home stretch.
Yep, home stretch. So I've let us get a little bit lax this time. I apologize, but we'll finish it up here. We've got Jason Johnson versus Drew Richardson. Oh boy.
I'll take Drew's list.
Jeremy, you want to do Jason's?
Sure.
Okay.
So I will go first, I guess, since it's already up there. So Jason is playing dwarves, and he's got a troop of Brock Riders with the Skirmishers boots. Interesting, like it. Regiment of Brock Riders with Blessing of the Gods. 2 hordes of Earth Elementals. 2 Mastiff hunting packs. 2 organ guns. A Greater Earth Elemental. A Berserker Lord on a Brock. Stone Priest with Conjurers. I was like looking for the Blade of the Beast Slayer, but I couldn't find it. Stone Priest with Conjurer Staff and Bane Chant. Another Stone Priest with Bane Chant. And then the formation, 2 regiments of Bulwarkers, the Horde of Ironclad, and he gave them Hammer of Measured Force. And the Standard Bearer with the Elite Aura, and then the Ironclad, of course, and the Horde is hitting on 3. All that stuff's hitting on 3s. So 23 unit strength, 16 units.
Nifty. Slow doors.
And Drew is titling his list Drew Richardson's Undead Bug Eater. Wrong tournament, bud, but appreciate you coming.
Welcome
It's on brand for Drew.
Yeah,
Welcome back to Kings of War. I know you've been away for a while. So he has 2 regiments of skeleton warriors. He has 4 troops of wraiths. He has 2 regiments of soul reapers with Dwarven Ale and Chalice of Wrath. And then he has 2 regiments and 1 horde of Revenant Cav. A regiment has the boots, a regiment has the helm of the Drunken Ram, and the horde has a caterpillar. He has a Goreblight. He has a Necromancer that inspires with Bane Chant and is mounted and has Knowledgeable for caster level 2 and has Veil of Shadows 3 for 155 points. I just kind of want to mention that I think Undead has a Living Legend hero that you could take that comes with Veil of Shadows 3 for less points than that. Something
He's so
something to look at for Bug Eater when you actually have to submit your Bug Eater list.
Hey, I'm taking this as he submitted already. It's done.
Okay.
He titled it. He already turned it into the tournament. It's done.
Yep.
Sorry.
And then he rounds it out with an Undead Army Standard Bearer with Loot of Darkness. 14 units, 25 unit strength. Yeah, I mean, if we didn't even look at the lists, I know Drew's rusty. He hasn't played in a while, so I would say that Jason just has it on that alone.
Drew will be both rusty and very possibly not sober within the first 3 turns.
Oh, fully drunk.
He'll have spent
with all you guys. He's done.
He'll have spent the night on the bathroom floor
with all the
passed
towels.
out. Yeah, he'll use the towels as blankets and pillows.
Everybody hide your towels.
Yeah, if you want a towel in the morning, you better claim it.
He will go to other rooms as well, so you better lock your doors at night.
Hide your towels.
And then if you add Michael in the mix, your floor will be full of water. So with no towels, you're screwed. Y'all are going to have slipping hazards in the morning as well. So with these 2 now, good luck, everyone. That's why I stayed home.
Think Drew is on my list of who will be the most drunk by the end of round 1 list. I'll start putting that together here for our final tallies.
And I mean, on list 2, he's got the Bulwarkers, which is great against a bunch of stuff in Drew's list. He's got the Organ Guns, which are great against Wraiths. You know, Wraiths have low nerve. You're just trying to plink a damage or 2 to take a nerve roll. So just, I think tool-wise, he's got, besides, the drinking, he also has like gameplay stuff to do against that list.
The Mastiffs are crushing 1 against the Cavalry.
Whoa.
Watch out.
True counter right there. Drew
will forget about it.
Yeah.
And also Drew only has 2 sources of normal inspiring for this army, which I feel like wants to spread out quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to keep everything under those bubbles.
Yeah, I mean, I don't completely dislike Drew's list. Like, I think it'd be a fun list to play.
Yeah, it's not your typical cookie cutter Undead, is it?
No, I already was going to say that it's definitely half of a cookie cutter, and I'll take 2 drinks there, chat. But it's I did sneak a Goreblight in there. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But that brings even more questions because he's already paying 9,000 points for a Necromancer. Slap Vicious on it and then drop your Skeleton Warriors down to zombies. The points would have worked out.
I actually think the Goreblight's one of the best choices in this style of list because if he's running the Wolf, which I hope to God he is, if he's not running the Wolf, he's doing this wrong.
He's probably doing it wrong because it's Drew.
It probably depends
it's true.
on what
So
model he has.
He's taking
all
the
my
Plague
expectations
Doctor.
are off the list when it comes to Drew. But if this was not Drew, then my expectations would be the Wolf to get Dread for all these Alpha Strikey combats, and then you throw in the Goreblight for another Cloak of Death modifier on top of that, and you're looking at -2 before you start swinging with these. Normally not as good RevCav, but with a 2-point modifier, it's not terrible. The issue is that the Goreblight struggles to keep up, and you can't surge it and get the cloak out of it. So it's just, it's what it moves, and that's it. I think both from an experience standpoint for the rust on Drew's part, and from I think this dwarf list isn't as optimized as we've seen of some of these lists that are coming in, but I think it still beats Drew's in a head-on fight. I don't think it's what you want to see as an Alpha Strike with RevCav undead style list. And I can say I have some experience with Alpha Strike RevCav, so this is not what you want to see.
Yeah, and a lot of Drew's units are pretty fragile. I mean, the Skeleton Warriors, they're not really doing anything. They can't even keep up with most of it, the line. So they're effectively just token holders and whatnot sitting in the back. The Wraiths, like Jeremy said, all it takes is a couple wounds, and Jason here has the tools with the cannons. He can even try to get lucky with some Mastiffs running out there and trying to block them down. I don't think the Wraiths are really going to get much of any use in this matchup. So then it comes down to, are the 2 Soul Reavers, the 2 RevCav regiments, and a RevCav horde enough to take on the rest of the dwarf blocks? And I don't think they are, because there's 16 units you have to chew through altogether in that dwarf list. It's pretty nasty. But Drew's going to have a fun time.
He always does.
Mm-hmm.
There will be lots of hugs.
Oh my God. Now the COVID's over.
The hugs are back. Good luck.
And I'm
Is
just
that why
going
Drew
to
stopped playing, because he couldn't hug people?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we called it.
I was
Yeah.
Yep. Turns out 40K allowed hugs, so he went there.
A game system with Papa Nerdle allowed hugs? No.
It also has Slanesh, so just saying.
So, do we have anybody who's voting for Drew in this match?
No. Wasn't Jason the winner of like the lower bracket of Bayou? Or did he get like sports or something? I remember seeing him come up at Bayou somewhere. I don't know if it was like sports or because wasn't there like the 2 groups?
This is Jason Johnson. I don't know that that's my Jason or not. I don't think it is. We do have a Jason out of Austin, who is definitely a high sports scorer, if nothing else. And I would argue that he's a good mid-table player. If anything, he's still going to beat Drew if it's that Jason. But I don't know if this is that Jason. I'd have to double check. So, but yeah, I think Drew's rust is gonna eat him here. Alrighty. Second to last one. Blake Robertson versus Robert Zimmerman.
More dwarves.
More dwarves. If I can get, let's do Travis and Devlin on these two. All right, Travis, you want to take Shakira?
I will take Shakira. All right, Blake. Blake's taking Night Stalkers. He's got 2 hordes of Scarecrows, 2 Phantom Troops, 2 Butcher Hordes, 1 with the Caterpillar, 2 Mind Screeches, a Planar Apparition, a Horror Rift Reaver, 2 Soul Flares, 1 with the Boots of Striding and 1 with Blade of Slashing, a Shadow Hulk, Portal of Despair, and the Wailing Shadow for 15 units and 24 unit strength.
Nifty. Different from some of our Night Stalker lists we've seen.
All right, and Robert is running dwarves. So he starts it off with 2 regiments of Iron Guard, which are the Defense 6 boys, both with the throwing gags. He has 2 troops of Berserkers, 1 with Mace of Crushing, 1 with Pipes of Terror, a regiment of Berserker Black Riders with the Potion of the Caterpillar, 2 of the new and improved 14-inch Flame Belchers, a Steel Behemoth that he's upgraded to Golok's Fury, a Berserker Lord on a Brock with Blade of the Beast Slayer, 2 Stone Priests, replacing Surge with Radiance of Life, and both with Bane Chant, 1 with Conjurer Staff. And then the Royal Guard formation, we've seen a bunch. So 2 regiments of Bulwarkers with Throwing Mastiffs, and then a horde of Ironclad with Throwing Mastiffs. But interestingly enough, doesn't have the Sacred Horn on that standard there. That's out rocking at 15 units for 22 unit strength.
It's interesting he took the Radiance of Life twice. Like, I get the no surge. That makes perfect sense given nothing to push, but
you can space out enough with the dwarves, which is why I would have wanted the because it'll work on the Berserkers, it'll work on the Iron Guard, it'll work on everything in the list.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
It does.
I would have liked to see the Elite Aura go to 9 inches so he can kind of more centralized deploy it and hit some fringe units, but that's not like the tipping point for the list.
Yeah. I don't think it's bad by any stretch.
I do like the. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know what I'd replace 120 points of a Stone Priest with anyway. Plus, it's 2 Bane Chants, which, especially if you're going infantry heavy, getting some extra crushing out there helps.
Yeah, I would almost like to see the loot on the Army Standard Bearer, and then just use the 100 points you're saving somewhere else. That could have been another Mastiffs with Throwing Mastiffs, and something else like that.
A 3rd Flame Belcher.
Yep,
that too. I mean, lots of great choices, but I don't think it's a make or break choice in the list by any means. So. I don't know. Every time I'm seeing a dwarf army with this formation, it just looks so solid. It's just one of those types of armies where it's like, I'm trying to think how would I try to pick that apart, and it's just so difficult because everything is, just cheap because it's so slow, and it's just so hard to move. Like you're not getting value usually when you're going into the dwarves, and it's just a tough puzzle to crack, I think, with the dwarves, and because they have the good shooting with the Iron Belchers, with the Golok's Fury, with the flame cannons, now they can put some pressure on you to force your hand. I think dwarves are, looking over these lists, dwarves are in a better spot than I originally thought coming into this. So.
I don't love the Berserker troops personally. I think with the Mind Screeches, that's a pretty good target. But I do like that Blake has named his army Shakira and the Lone Ranger. Like, I'd watch that Disney Plus streaming show that was called Limited Series. I mean, I know Blake is a Reno guy and has been playing this list pretty consistently. He just won Best Battle at a tournament with it just a couple weekends ago. So I know experience-wise, he's very versed in playing this list. But I agree with Adam. I mean, going into this, I was expecting a lot of ogres, and I knew dwarves had gotten better. But I think we're really seeing here just how good a space infantry dwarves is in right now.
Yeah, we it's not like we didn't see a lot of ogres. We did have 8 individual armies of ogres. We just mercifully had them all on the first day.
And I expected that, but not as many of these dwarves. I didn't expect to see this many dwarf armies.
Yeah. I think Jeremy was saying that he, the dwarves are
more ogres, less dwarves.
Surprising. Sure. The ogres aren't.
I'm happy to see that people have caught on to the dwarf shooting meta. That I've been like, this is the scary thing, that if I had the time, energy, and desire to paint up and run a whole nother army, like, I think dwarves are like top 5 easy. So I'm just happy to see that being replicated. I'll be interested to see if any of them place with it, but just to really drive it home. But it's definitely nice to see that it's not just Brox and Rocks all day anymore. We're seeing a lot of shooting. We're seeing a lot of dogs. We're seeing a lot of infantry. Randy points out that the banner can't take an item, so that explains at least some of that choice. And Zimmerman wants us to know that his name is fucking Ben. And because it's my channel and my YouTube, I'm just going to throw that up there. Child advisory is on.
Dogs always hit on 4s, right? Even against stealthy stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, dogs are kind of the bane of Night Stalkers.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if he has enough of them to make it super scary. It's definitely going to hurt, but
he's got, looks like he's got 4 total, if my count's right. No, 5. 5 counting the horde. Can they be disordered? Like, if you punch the unit, can they not throw their dog?
Yeah, it's a shooting attack. So
okay. I it's been a while since I've faced infantry dwarves for the same reasons as we were saying. They were just kind of in a rut.
Mm-hmm. But I do like the Night Stalker list here. He's got a lot of tools. I mean, just a lot of units in general. 15 drops, 24 unit strength. I mean, Night Stalkers just have so many good choices. Mind Screeches, the Horror Rift Weavers, the Soul Flares. I mean, the Shadow Hulk, the Planar Apparition. Like, he has a lot of sustain with the Butchers, the Shadow Hulk, the Planar Apparition with the heal behind it. I mean, a lot of these units of Night Stalkers aren't your typical defense 4 fragile type units that are just going to fall over to the shooting that the dwarves are going to put out. So, and
yeah, I mean, he has some of those elements
awesome.
that can survive the trek over to the dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, the picking a little bit more survivable choices. Yeah, and then Shakira is one of those really great characters.
Yeah,
let's not discount the Wind Blast again, because I think that there's some tools on Blake's list where he can just Mind Screech laser the Flame Belchers early and then push them back with the Soul Flares and kind of repeat. And then by that range, you cleared out some of the heavy artillery so your Scarecrows can get in there. And then you just start shooting at the Berserkers and the other kind of squishy underparts. So,
and against dwarves, Wind Blast is that much more powerful, right? When you're targeting like slower stuff with it, so it's good, just good. But let alone, I think in the dwarf matchup, it's extra good, gooder. Yeah. But they're gonna have a great game. Blake is super fun to play against. Really good sports guy, really down to earth. He has a really trippy, like neon Night Stalker with black lights and crazy stuff. And he's just an old school war gamer. Just a really solid guy. So they're gonna have a fun game.
Yeah,
but who do you think wins? Who do you think wins, Jeremy?
I mean, I think it's a good question. I think that, Blake's he does have some of the more durable stuff, but I'm just so blown away by all these dwarf lists. I don't even know what to think anymore. No, I'm just kidding. Just it's like, Kevin, Von Felt, come back to the game, bro. Dwarf infantry are actually really good now.
Yes,
let alone you
Kevin
played them.
Beck.
Return to us, my brother.
Come, Kevin.
Does anybody
yeah,
send him a
Kevin.
smoke signal to see if he gets it?
We got to get on the wire. Dwarf infantry are good.
We just fly a plane over Denver with a banner trailing behind it. Kevin, come back.
Seriously, man.
Baby, come back.
Yeah.
Set up the light signal here in Omaha for him.
Travis, before I rudely interrupted you to get Jeremy's opinion, what were you going to say?
No, I played Blake last year at Masters, and this Night Stalker list was similar to what he brought last year. And he plays it really well. He knows his Night Stalkers. He's a great guy to play against. This will be obviously a fun game. Yeah, it's tough. Both of these lists are good. I can see both of them making a good deep run and having a good showing.
But who wins?
I don't know.
I'm going to say I think the Night Stalkers can get it just because of the points I mentioned earlier. I think once you pick up the Flame Belchers, you're not as scared to close in anymore, and that will probably be priority number one, and it's so hard. I don't really think there's a way, unless they're just behind terrain, to hide from the Mind Screeches. Yeah. And he can control other pieces with the Wind Blast. So I think just more of the speed of the list is going to kind of do it for there's more tools in the Night Stalker list, I think. The Dwarf list is solid, and it'll probably win on attrition, but I don't think they'll get the objective because they're Dwarves going against Wind Blast 22.
Yeah, when your Wind Blast can sit behind your own units and shoot at something behind the enemy units and still be out of charge range, it's a pretty big advantage. So, you'll have your Scarecrows and then your Wind Blasting Soul Flares behind your Scarecrows, but then he'll have Dwarf Infantry and then the War Machine behind the Dwarf Infantry. And nobody will be in charge range, but you're just Wind Blasting that War Machine backwards. So I agree with that. I foresee this being a very tactical game, but knowing that Blake's a higher level Masters player, and I know he gave Travis a good game, I'm gonna go with Blake and his Night Stalkers for this one.
I mean, when you look at the two troops and the Flame Belchers, that's 405 points that I think Blake can deal with really easily. So right off the bat, Robert's playing down 400 points.
Yeah.
Not to say that, again, this is a super close one. And I think we've had a couple, but I think this is legitimately like really close, hard to call. But I think I gotta, I think I'm gonna go with Blake too.
I'll save Travis a little bit of time here. So he can make up his mind. My biggest issue is ironically probably going to be the thing that everyone thinks is really good, which is I'm just not a fan of Berserker Lords on Brox. They're good, but I think when especially when they've got that Blade of the Beast Slayer, and you've got things like Shadow Hulks and the Portal and Planner Apparition, what have you, like the things that kind of unit wants to fight, you can just shield it behind stuff like these Phantom Troops, which are the perfect thing to put in front of those units and make sure that Brock Lord never gets into a combat with something that isn't already going to be punching its weight first.
And does the Shadow Hulk care if a Brock Lord comes and
right,
say hello?
exactly. Like he just then punches him back and murders him horribly, and it's bad. But I mean, even then, like if this was a Void Lurker instead of a Shadow Hulk, I'm not a huge fan of the choice. And I think the Wailing Shadow's never going to put itself in a place where it can get charged by the Brock Lord. And if it does, I don't know that he kills her in one go either. I'd probably get the edge to the Night Stalkers here. I don't dislike the Dwarf list. It's definitely cool to see another infantry-focused Dwarf list, and I hope it does well throughout the event. All right, Travis, you got to make a choice.
I said Blake earlier, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Just because I played Blake and I know how he runs that, but I think it's gonna be close. I think it'll be a close game.
Okay. Last one. Poor Zach, my Austin buddy, and my jump up and down buddy. You're on the last table from.
And he has a tough matchup too.
That he does with Garrett.
Sexy
Oh,
matchup.
it's just Garrett. He ain't tough.
He's
Damn.
fluffy.
He brings Tyler with him everywhere to make him seem tougher.
Tougher by comparison.
True. It's true. Look at this child that I'm with.
He doesn't even bother playing Tom. He just is like sends Tyler. Go
do
handle
my
these.
dirty work.
I'll read Zach's list if someone wants to take Garrett's here.
I'll take
Zach is running. It's still cookie cutter undead, but it does have interesting flavor choices. And I'll take my drink here in a moment. But you got a troop of wraiths. You've got your, say it with me, 2 regiments of Soul Reaver infantry with a staying stone and chalice of wrath. This one does correctly have the staying stone though. 2 regiments of zombie trolls, which I think are chaff that's being slept on and undead. A horde of whites, like you do with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. A Lycanus with Blade of Slashing. A Vampire Lord with Pipes of Terror. He did not do the swappy thing, so it's just a standard Vampire Lord. A Lich King with the Periscope and Barkskin. A Necromancer with the Vicious Aura for Zombies, Bane Chant, mounted with the Conjurer's Staff. And the Shambling Blight formation, so 2 Legions O Zombies and a Gore Blight. Chalking in at 13 units and 24 unit strength.
When you said the bark skin, I was like, what the hell is he bark skinning? And then
Yeah,
it's like,
there
we go. There it
the
is.
2 Legions.
Do you know if he's taking the Ranger for double rally on those hordes to make him dash 30?
Ooh. It's only
Sorry,
a
one
one
more time?
turn. It's only a 1 turn thing.
No, is the rally not every turn like the Dread is every turn? You can make him rally because you get rally on the
Rally
Gore
one.
formation.
So you get rally 1 here, and then that pumps him up to 29. He didn't. If there's a spell that gives rally, he didn't take it. But
No, it's on
they
the
don't-
Gore
don't
because of the
need
formation. But yes, they don't need it. But it's more hilarious.
The Ranger's ability is a 1 turn use only. It's a heroic feat. So-
he took the wolf.
Okay.
So
Which
because he does not have enough shooting to really capitalize on the Ranger, I think.
Anyway, Garrett is playing his Forces of Nature. I believe this is either exactly or very similarly the same list that he took to Riddle of Steel recently and won. So he has 2 hordes of Earth Elementals, 2 hordes of Scorchwings, a Pegasus, 2 Hydras, Glade Walker Druid with Loot, Surge, and Ring of Harmony. That's actually a really good tech there because you could Bane Chant to units twice with the Ring of Harmony since it targets friendly units too. So that's it's kind of a cool one we haven't seen yet. Unicorn with the wings and replace heal with lightning bolts, up his spellcaster level to 3 and take Celestial Restoration 3, bringing that unicorn to 190 points. And then he has the Nature's Wrath formation with the 2 air elemental hordes, the Brew of Strength and the Hammer of Measured Force on each of them, and a greater air elemental with the Aura Brutal from the formation for water and airbound. Bringing him to 12 units and 23 unit strength. So for Garrett, this is not as elite of a list as he normally takes. Usually 11 drops or less is his cup of tea. So
Yeah, and Riddle of Steel was pretty stacked. I mean, it was a small tournament, but it had Paragon and Master from last year's Master, plus just Masters players up and down the road. And Garrett really navigated that tournament and was undefeated. And this army is just super cool. It's like your Arabian Nights, like genies and sand golems and guys on like it's like Scorchwings or like I think dudes riding flying carpets. So it's like a super thematic
Very Aladdin feel to
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Very cool army. So, and he did really well with it.
Yeah. So Zach's list is the only list that I've lost to with my chariots in recent memory. And that has to do with these 2 legions of zombies more than anything else. They're just chonks. And like they have so much board presence that it's difficult to get around them. I do think that Garrett has way better tools than I ever will with these air elementals, and it's actually possibly the single best thing in the world they want to see when they don't have any built-in crush, basically. He's built in some crush into them. If anything, the irony here is that Hammer Measured Force is going to make it harder
worse
for these zombies. But those legions are just so chonky. Especially when you throw on Barkskin, which every single Barkskin token is going to go on them every time. And then they Life Leech, and then they Iron Resolve.
And when you got Soul Reaver infantry, man, that's like a puncher's chance. You just get them in the combat and they do work, you know.
And in the chat fight, like the zombie trolls are good. Like
I think we don't see more of them just because of RevCav. I mean,
because they're the same cost, but they're a little bit more offensive than RevCav are, I'd say.
But I think in other armies, you'd see more of them being used as thick chaff, but I think just RevCav kind of outshines them, but they are a really solid thick chaff unit for sure.
You trade 2 points of speed for 2 points of crushing instead of Thunderous. That's what you get. So they're far better at outfighting the light chaff.
And 2 attacks. Or 1 attack.
One attack.
One attack. You're correct.
RevCav have 8.
Yeah. And Vicious when you factor in the Necromancer, because why wouldn't you take Vicious in this whole thing?
That's true.
One thing I think is really weird is like Canis with the presence of the wolf. I feel like he kind of functions a little bit like the same. So it may be a little redundant there, but that's a flavor pick. I don't hate it. I would just say that's a place you could potentially optimize it.
So the wolf choice has to do with the Goreblight because it's the combination of the Dread and the Cloak of Death.
That makes sense. I'm just saying the Lycanus monster model. I don't know if I'd take
sure.
Yeah, because you have that wolf available to you. You can kind of provide your flanker.
Yeah, but the Lycanus is scoring.
True.
Lycanus, because of the universal inspiring change, I think the Lycanus is one of the best, one of the units that got the best upgrade from that. Because I felt like Undead's hero choice slots were always very difficult. You're taking like these cheap necromancers, and now you have the kings that you can take that are also cheap, but they didn't have anything value-wise that was scoring out of it. You could drop a lot of points and take a Pegasus vampire, or go to basically dragons after that. So I think the Lycanus adds that value point, price point, and it provides a lot for Undead. One thing I don't really care for in Garrett's list compared to the other Forces of Nature lists is Garrett doesn't have any sustain. There's no heal in the list like there was in the others. There's no Radiance of Life. So anything that hits him, there is a Gladewalker Druid with heal 4. I'm sorry.
He did replace it there.
Yeah, so he has a little bit of heal.
He took Celestial Restoration.
Celestial Restoration. Okay, so he paid a lot more for heal. Got it.
Right. Which is presumably to reach out and touch these air elementals when they're on the other side of the table.
And I like that the Celestial Restoration is on a unicorn, so you run into a little bit more ability to get outside of indirect range, right? At speed 10. It's a little easier to manage that 12 inches there since it's faster.
The reason that I wasn't super hyped on Celestial Restoration was introduced is probably the same reason Adam will mention here in 5 seconds, which is you're paying a premium cost to throw the same amount of heal at range, basically. If it's the same amount of heal, even.
It's just super spiky. You know, when you hit with all three and you blast, you heal 18. You know what I mean? Possible, but it's just super swingy.
Yeah, but I mean, you hit with 1, you're healing an average of 2. You hit with 2, you're healing an average of 4. Mm-hmm. So, and heal 6 is the same averages.
Yeah. Right. So
what's Zach's thinking on the vampire on foot? That seems kind of.
So it's twofold. One, I think they come stock. Yeah, they come stock with duelists, so it's kind of a tech choice for the tournament. Finding those Lone Rangers, finding the wolves, and just smack them in the face with a character that will eat them alive, basically. But even if it doesn't, I mean, Pipes of Terror is a brutal you can throw in somewhere. Like, let's say you lose the wolf, that's another source of modifier that just makes these already nasty undead units even nastier. Like, even the zombies start to get scary after a while because it's still, 30 attacks on 5 is like, at first you're kind of like, oh no, it's not that big of a deal. But then like you start grinding against it for a couple turns, like it starts adding up. And especially with Bane Chant behind it, it can grind through some stuff. It's the zombie wall from Game of Thrones, right? It's just a wall of freaking zombies just walking over things. I do think that Grant has the right tools to deal with them, but the problem is you have to.
You said Grant.
Yeah, that's Garrett's reinforcements. He brings in Grant's Elohi.
I do think Garrett has the right tools to deal with them with the speed 10 flying to get around and try to hit the flanks, but you still have to commit so much to get rid of those. So you're either trying to basically avoid these giant nerve blocks and hit everything else, or you're hitting the giant nerve blocks, but you have to overcommit, and then you get eaten by your standard undead fare.
I think you're overlooking it, Matt. Garrett has the best tool to deal with them, and that's 2 Hydras.
I was going to say the same.
You just throw one at each legion. And you say, let's grind. Every wound you do to me, I'm going to just get more attacks on you, and we're just going to keep going round and around.
It is about as perfect a counter tool as you can get. I'll say that.
It's 150 points of I'm not really going anywhere anytime soon.
As long as Garrett keeps his cool, he's such a passionate, inflamed guy who is always raging and
Always.
Sarcasm.
I was trying to be sarcastic, full of rage.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say Garrett's like always the chillest dude in the room. Holy crap!
He's cool as a cucumber.
I don't think I've ever seen that man angry.
Matt, the joke.
Oh no! I got the joke. I'm still countering it. So,
drink, Matt, drink.
No, I'm drinking. Calm your horses. But yeah, no. It's gonna be a fun match to watch. Zach's also a fun game. Like, doesn't get too upset over his dice most of the time. Sometimes he'll be like, rats, but like then he's just back at it, doesn't care, it takes a drink. And so I expect to hear jump up and down, buddy, from the other side of the room when you roll that Gore Blight in.
I'm gonna start us off. I think Garrett's played this list very well recently and played it against some of the higher end competition in the country even. So I'm going to say Garrett has this first round in the bag.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Garrett too, having seen this list just recently perform and, like Adam said, perform against really high level of play. I think he has some really good momentum going into this event. So, yeah, I'm going to go Garrett as well. But I love Zach, and I look forward to hanging out, bud.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback. I think Zach's got a good list because it's hard not to make Undead a good list, but I just want to see the Hydras stick into those zombies so bad. It's gonna be. I'm gonna drop what I'm doing and run over here to watch that. But yeah, I think Garrett's got a little bit more maneuverability to get around things and actually put the hurt where it needs to go. So Plus, he's got a lot better sustain because I don't think there's any heal. It's just bark skin in the zombie side. So Garrett should have this.
Yeah, I agree. I think Garrett gets to dictate, so that should be the difference.
Yeah, I think Zach climbs a little higher every year, and one year he's just gonna start wrecking face. But I do think Garrett does have the skill up on him, just given his track record. And this list does have a lot of the tools that you want to have to deal with this type of undead chaff. So I'll give it to Garrett, but I'll be happy to see Zach Zombies just roll 30 dice, get all sixes, and just murder everything they touch.
Hydra dies in one turn.
Yep. Alrighty. We've concluded all of our lists. I have some very brief questions to throw out there to our cast members before we call it off and go home. I'm sure everyone wants some sleep. So one, was there any list? I'll go with Adam first, then Devlin, then Jeremy, then Travis. Was there any list you saw that stood out to you that you're like, oh my gosh, like I would play this, or oh my gosh, I don't want to ever see this?
There were two lists in particular that I saw that I really liked the theme behind it and would absolutely play them myself. I'm going to go with Chuck's list, the dwarfs. I think he was one of the first tables that we had. That style of dwarf lists where it's 18 drops, a bunch of unit strength all around, outside the battle drillers and the flame belchers. Like it was just pretty nasty. I think he's going to run at people with infantry dwarves, and they're not going to like it. So I'm going to say Chuck's definitely one of my favorites for the tournament.
All right. Mr. Devlin?
All right. Since Adam took Chuck's list from me, I'm going to go to the next one that made me kind of throw up in my mouth and I would never want to see is House Nick has a really, really dirty rat list. That thing will tear people up, and if I play against that, I'm going to fail like one of my Veil of Darknesses and just cry. It's like two of my really expensive units just evaporate before my eyes. Chuck's is gross, and then the next grossest shooting list I saw was that one, so that's going to take my pick.
Jeremy?
I'm curious to see Dan King's halfling list, because I still don't even know, are halflings good? I still can't quite answer that question yet. I was, no Riftforge orcs. We're not seeing any of those. So I'm curious to see. I know that he's played that list a couple of times, but I really want to see halflings in a real on the table style tournament, see how they do. Because I think it's a great range. It's one of Mantic's cooler model ranges. And I know there's a lot of people painting them up right now, but you guys picked some great ones, but in not trying to double pick Dan's list, I'm really curious to see how that one performs.
Nifty. Mr. Travis?
Yeah, so you three all took my top three. Thanks a lot, guys. The one from tonight, though, since everyone went from last night, is Adam's list. I've had to play against it. I know a lot of people haven't had the opportunity to play against it, so enjoy for those who do. But that it's gonna be one of those top lists. So, and Adam's trying to defend this year for Lone Wolf, so you would be my one army that I don't want to play against.
Adam pulls his Bowman trophy over.
Yep, that's why I set this up. It was set up.
Do I need to run in my room and get my less impressive sports trophies? Because I can do
that. It's trophy time. Show them off, Devlin. Go get it.
Man, there were so many good lists this year. Like the room is it is Lone Wolf. So I actually, as funny as this sounds, I actually think Lone Wolf is a harder room than Masters. Like in a lot of cases. Just there's so much filth. Gorgeous. I think realistically, if I had to pick one list, it would be, and y'all still check for me too, because that list is so good. It's something I'd want to run. You know what, I'll say Tom. Tom's undead list. If I were gonna run undead, that wasn't like literally just my list specifically. I think that list has some interesting things that could be done, especially given the Lone Wolf character and the extra surge.
Cop out. All right. Well, I'll give you my Chuck, and I'll say my second favorite, which I'm surprised nobody else said. I think Lex's list was actually up there for me as well. If I were to play Abyssals, it would be very similar to that style and that type of list. So I think he's going to also go run very deep in this tournament and kind of show the power, the hidden power of the Abyssals for those that don't know.
Yeah, good call. That's a good list. That's a good pick. Still a totally underrated army, I think.
Okay, and then this is a separate question. I don't really focus too much on like tournament winners or dark horse because otherwise Adam gets to stand up and just bow ahead of time for potential tournament winners. Tom would have voted for that yesterday for the record, so I'm just saying that. So instead of doing dark horse here, given that we have no Magoo and no Robbie King, so you've got Drew Robertson, you got me, you've got Grant Fetter, you've got Randy Davis, and you've got Ryan Smith with a chance of Devlin, like Cloudy with a chance of Devlin Smith at the end there.
There's no Brodor for me to just down an entire bottle of vodka.
Is this who's going to be the most?
Also, did you say Drew Robinson? Because there's a Drew Richardson. So you're going to be drunk.
I haven't been sober, unlike Grant Fetter. So my vote there is Tom Annis does mention Matt Young as a good another
Gibney
good pick for that.
Drop out there. Gibney will be a slow burn. He won't be
And Gibney. Gonna be so many drunks. Man, fuck. I forgot about Matt Young. Jesus Christ. He's so great.
I mean, does Jeff Swan go the whole way too? Like,
no, not even close.
Not at tournaments. Sure. He's trying to win a trip overseas.
Yeah.
Okay, so it depends on day one, you're saying. He's got a tough matchup.
We don't have Rashad there either. I personally, I didn't realize Drew was coming. So like now it's Drew in my mind. Yeah,
but I feel like Drew has been like cooped up in his house painting all the pandemic. So he's not as seasoned as he once was. He's no longer 21. So I don't know if he can. I mean, that may be the reason why he'll be more drunk is because he thinks he can, but he might not be able to hang as long as he once was able to.
Billy and I aren't there to keep feeding him, so
that's true.
I can make an arrangement.
I'm glad we all support each other to be our best authentic selves. I just love it.
Jeremy doesn't like my best authentic self.
No, stay away from that's the exit only area, Devlin. I'm still getting over that.
Alrighty. Well, I'll if anyone else has any closing comments, I know Mark wanted to say that we have an email coming out Wednesday for the final tournament email for Lone Wolf. So expect, if you're a participant in Lone Wolf, expect that to be showing up. Other than that, I think everyone's just excited for Lone Wolf. It's about time.
I'm sad.
Yeah.
I know. I miss you too, Travis.
I miss all of you.
I know Rashad messaged me because he was thinking of pulling a Rashad and going last minute, but he didn't realize
fly across.
It was this weekend and not like in a weekend or two, so he can't go. But now he's like so sad about it. So.
If it was next weekend, like following this weekend, I would totally last minute have came because I didn't have anything on Easter weekend all of a sudden.
Yeah, I tried to talk Travis into going.
Billy was right there with us. Yeah.
Yeah. God, I'm gonna miss Billy too.
But Lone Wolf's a blast, you know. You're going to see everyone. It's a great fun. We get to all bitch and complain when he rolls up Texas Hold'em. I will be first in line to complain about that bullshit scenario. But yeah, and
at least make it like game 1. Don't make it game 3 for the love of
Please
fucking
not
Jesus.
game 3. He's going to make it game 3 now.
It was game 3 last year, wasn't it?
I don't even remember
it
what
was.
the scenario
It was
is.
at the end of day 1.
At the end of day, and I was.
Yes, I remember.
I looked at Brad and was like,
suck
"What
it,
are we
Justin.
doing? I don't know." Okay.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, I'll go ahead and sign off on the stream there. We'll see you next weekend.
Good luck, y'all.
See you, everyone.
Yeah.
Travel safe.